Mighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit and counsel and fortitude. Let your light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavor so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us that we may be blessed in the knowledge and the sanctity in the observance of your Holy Spirit, your holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoy the blessing of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen. God bless you.
Bill brought from the Senate.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Disaster Risk Management.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House do now consider the Senate amendment. Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the House do now consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 14, amend Clause 14 by 1. Renumbering subclass 9 as subclass 10. 2. Inserting a new subclass 9 as follows. 9. An application for an import permit in relation to any species specified in Appendix 2 shall be accompanied by a certificate of origin, and B, an original import certificate from the relevant authority in the state of export or re-export. 3, in the newly renumbered subclass 10 by deleting the word schedule occurring immediately after the word Appendix 3.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment to the Trade in Endangered Species CITES Bill 2023 as proposed by the Senate on 14th December 2022 be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 141A, stroke 1, stroke 13, estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the Central Bank of Belize for the fiscal year 2023. Sessional paper 141B, stroke 1, stroke 13, the 20th Annual Report of the Contractor General, April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 141C-1/13, Civil Works Contract Agreement, upgrading of the San Esteban Road, Banquitas Bridge to the San Esteban Village. If, with your permission, Madam Speaker, if I can give some explanations. Thank you. Madam Speaker, in keeping with the government of Belize's mandate to promote economic development and facilitate improved access, particularly within the growing rural agricultural communities in the northern districts of the country, two major road infrastructure projects have been started. One is the rehabilitation of a portion of the Philip Wilson Highway, and two, the Corozal-Sarteneja Road. With financing through a bilateral program of economic cooperation between the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Belize, a project was developed and funds were allocated for the implementation of the Corozal to Sarteneja Road upgrading project. The scope of this project includes the construction of two bridges which will replace the ferries at Pueblo Nuevo and Laguna Seca, and the paving of approximately 27 miles of roadway with a double bituminous surface treatment. With this project well underway, Madam Speaker, with approximately 70% of it being completed, and the clamor from nearby agricultural communities to extend improvements to complete the loop, which traverses both northern districts and provides access to the farming and fishing villages of Copabang, Chunux, Progreso, and Little Belize. Progreso being a beautiful lagoon, if people are not aware, Madam Speaker, in the northern district that has potential for tourism. The ROC Taiwan has approved grant funding for the sum of $3.5 million for improving a portion of the Orange Walk San Esteban Progreso Road from Banquitas to San Esteban. This now leaves approximately 27.5 miles to provide a complete connection between the San Esteban Road and the Corozal-Sarteneja Road that will be completed pretty soon. Besides providing ingress and egress to the surrounding villages, Belize's tourism industry would also benefit from the completion of the road. It is also envisioned that the upgrade road will further encourage village expansion and ignite new economic ventures. The name of the project is called Upgrading of the San Esteban Road, which in reality is from the Banquitas Bridge in Oranjoac Town to San Esteban Village. Scope of works, the upgrading of 6 miles of the San Esteban Road to a paved standard, including installation of drainage structures and road safety features. The contract value is $8,593,945.50. The financing comes a grant from the Republic of China, Taiwan of $7 million Belize dollars, and government counterpart funds of $2 million, Madam Speaker. The contractor that was awarded the contract after a lengthy bidding process was Tycrob and Sons Limited. The management and supervision will be done under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing Project Execution Unit. Duration of the project, Madam Speaker, is 12 months. Start date will be the 8th of February 2023 and completion date the 7th of February 2024. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker, colleagues. I rise to lay on the Table reports number HR 142/1/13. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Credit Reporting Bill 2023. Number HR 143/1/13. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Financial Services Commission Bill 2023. Number HR 144/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 145/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Notaries Public Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, to order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
That report is ordered to lie on the table.
Statement by Minister.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, Belize lost someone special. We lost an unsung hero. I got to meet William Dawson just once, and it was during our recent cabinet retreat. Mr. Dawson was so frail that he couldn't even stand for long, so we had to give him a chair where he sat and spoke with us with all the passion his ailing body could offer about his work. Mr. Dawson, frail as he was, told us about the program he was engaged in with the police to help at-risk young men and women who are being lured into gang lifestyle. In his brief intervention, it was very clear to me that this was no ordinary Belizean, but one who truly cared for others. None of us in that room suspected that Mr. Dawson, who so impressed us, would have passed away so shortly after he spoke to us. In fact, we wanted his efforts to be successful and even gave him our full support. I'm told that Mr. Dawson dedicated his entire life, adult life, to public service. He was a teacher, a social worker, a mentor, a man who put his energies into empowering those who are socially excluded from society. I'm sure it is because of this quality that Mr. Dawson had that Minister Musa chose Mr. Dawson to head up the Leadership Intervention Unit, better known as LIU. His work with the LIU very quickly became noticed, and as the police commissioner said, was an important part of holding down the murders in Belize City. I'm also told that one of the happiest moments for Mr. Dawson was last October when I declared Southside Belize City a special development area. Mr. Dawson was excited because of the opportunities that such a decision could bring to the many vulnerable young men and women living in the south side of Belize City. We must honor his memory by ensuring that this initiative is successful. Madam Speaker, Mr. William Dawson made an impact on Belize, and he was only able to do so because he had an understanding and supportive family that believed in him, that he was trying and what he was trying to accomplish. Today, on behalf of all of us in this honorable house, I extend our condolences and sincere gratitude to his wife Sheena, his sons DeAndre and Barrington, as well as his mother, father, and the rest of his family. I also offer condolences to the member of the police department and to the many young men and women whose lives he touched working with the LIU program. Mr. Dawson was a man of hope, and today we recognize his hard work and optimism in this house. Today I'm requesting that the Honors and Award Commission find the appropriate honor to bestow upon Mr. William Dawson posthumously. Madam Speaker, I know it is the custom to show respect by a moment of silence, Madam Speaker, but instead, with your permission, I'll ask everyone to stand up and to join me in a standing ovation for William Dawson. This is our way of showing our love and appreciation for this good Belizean and for his contribution to the building of our nation. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17, Section 2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as a self-employed person, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, when we have the debate, I will give even more explanation, but this is a straightforward bill, Madam Speaker. This is a part of the agreement of being of CARICOM, the Treaty of Chaguaramas, where we have already agreed many years ago that there should be a free movement of peoples within the community. And now this is a further step where then we now are opening up not only Belize, but the rest of the other Caribbean countries where now people from the Caribbean can come in to work in Belize or to be self-employed. And likewise, Belizeans will be allowed to do likewise in the rest of the CARICOM countries. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for a new definition under the Act to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2023.
No.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill. Sorry. I'm ahead of my time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is Immigration Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states. The clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay of nationals of the Caribbean community states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, this just follows from the first bill that we introduced, and it's a part of the Treaty of Chagarama, something that we Belize have subscribed to many years. And on the second reading, prepared to provide even more information, but it's very, very straightforward. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
That bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, the clarification of the period of a definite and indefinite stay of nationals of the Caribbean states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirement of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations with respect to laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, this is a very, very technical amendments that we're doing. Basically, as I was just speaking to the Honorable Member from Albert, when she was wondering why do we have to do all of these amendments, and it's simply out of our control. Presently, you all would like to, maybe you recall or like to announce that Belize is now undergoing its international assessment with the launch of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or the CFAT, and the mutual evaluation process. This evaluation is based on Belize's compliance of the Financial Action Task Force, 40 recommendations on 11 immediate outcomes. There's going to be a review. We have been preparing from last year to prepare for this. The importance of this, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we're not either, we have to do everything possible to be able to prevent us being blacklisted. Because should we be blacklisted, then we're going to have a myriad of problems, including with banking facilities in the country. So it is really out of our hands as much as we would want to cry out to especially to developed countries, the EU, the United States, but they're the big guys, I mean, and they are the ones that set the rules, and they're constantly changing the whole course on us. Madam Speaker, this is only for the introduction of the bill. It will go to House Committee, and then when we come to for second reading, then I'll be able to provide even more information as to what exactly is going to be, what are some of the important changes that we are required to do, so that when they do the review in December, at the end of this year, it will be able to pass and not be blacklisted. Or unfortunately, we're spending millions of dollars in doing this, millions that could be used in education, in health, in social programs that are so badly needed in this country, but we have no choice. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to satisfy the requirements of the Financial Action Task Force recommendation with respect to the laws regarding national anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Senior Courts Amendment Bill 2023, and I rise to introduce this bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act number 27 of 2022 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court, to provide legal aid services, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Very briefly, Madam Speaker, in introducing the bill, allow me to say a few words. This amendment bill the amendments are twofold, really two primary purposes. The first is really to correct an omission in the Senior Courts Act, Act 27 of 2022, which was recently passed into law in order to enhance the judicial system in Belize, allowing the High Court and the Court of Appeal to operate in unison. In that Senior Courts Act, we have all the forms of court needed to bring an application before the upper courts. But there was an omission, and the form for the notice of grounds of appeal against conviction or sentence was not included. So this amendment ensures that those forms for the notice of grounds of appeal against conviction or sentence are now going to be included. So this amendment seeks to correct that omission. The second purpose of this amendment bill is as a consequence of a bill that I will be introducing very shortly, the Legal Aid Bill of Belize. As a result of that bill, we will have to amend the Senior Courts Act as a consequence of that bill to allow for certain things, which I will briefly outline. The Legal Aid Bill was, as I said, drafted recently. We're now about to begin the process of passing it into law. And under that bill, that serves as a single piece of proposed legislation where all things regarding legal aid and its operations and management is covered. So wherever there are contradicting provisions, as there are in the Senior Courts Act, it is necessary for us to remove those contradicting provisions. And so that is the purpose of this, the second purpose of this amendment, to make sure that the Senior Courts Act is not contradicting this new legal aid bill, which we will be introducing today. So it's very straightforward, Madam Speaker, two very specific purposes. And as I said, we hope that these two, correcting the omission and removing the contradictions with the Senior Courts Act, will allow us to get the full support of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Senior Courts Act, number 27 of 2022, of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by the court, to provide legal aid services, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Extradition Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedures for extraditions and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Very briefly, Madam Speaker, by way of introduction, allow me to say a few words. The draft extradition bill, which bill we are presenting today, the extradition bill we are presenting today, is primarily modeled from Grenada's extradition regime. Reliance was placed on this jurisdiction for two main reasons. Firstly, the Grenadian model is a good model for various reasons, including that the model provides for the right to appeal. It sets out clear procedures in the execution of extradition requests and sets out clear restrictions on the surrender of persons. Additionally, the Grenadian model allows the Minister of Foreign Affairs to, by order, direct that the act shall have effect in relation to the surrender of a person to or from a Commonwealth country. This would facilitate extradition with Commonwealth countries and may increase the number of states that Belize engages with on extradition matters. In addressing the long and unwieldy delay in extradition proceedings that exist under the current Extradition Act, this bill seeks to mitigate this in two ways. Firstly, by granting jurisdiction to any magistrate to adjudicate a matter on extradition, as opposed to only the Chief Magistrate under the current Extradition Act. The Chief Magistrate only sits in the Belize Judicial District and has a heavy judicial and managerial mandate. This proves to be inefficient in the scheduling of extradition matters, as the progression of an extradition matter is contingent on the action of a single individual. Additionally, an extradition matter may be heard in any of the judicial districts. Secondly, the draft extradition bill provides for the voluntary surrender of persons whose extradition request has been made without any proceedings before a magistrate. An issue that has contributed to chronic delays in extradition proceedings in the premature disruptions of the committal proceedings by way of case, stated, and other legal objections. This was due to the fact that the current Extradition Act does not provide for appeal against a committal order. The draft extradition, the bill provides for the right to appeal against the committal order at an early stage in the proceedings, and this is likely to reduce additional delays. Additionally, and very importantly, Madam Speaker, the bill is Belize is scheduled to undergo its fourth round of mutual evaluation on its implementation of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations for an effective anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction national regime. This evaluation will be carried out by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force later this year. And recommendation 39 of the FATF recommendations governs the legal framework and procedures on extradition. Belize must submit its technical compliance questionnaire by June of 2023. Therefore, any legislative or procedural framework must be completed before this date. The evaluation is focused on two areas: technical compliance and effectiveness. Technical compliance relates to the legal framework comprising of laws, regulations, and enforceable means, while effectiveness focuses on the implementation and utility of the legal framework in effectively combating money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism. In Belize's third mutual evaluation report, which was adopted on July 29, 2011, 11 years, more than 11 years ago, Belize was assessed to be non-compliant on its extradition regime. Nothing was done in those years. In Belize's third mutual evaluation report, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, the assessors recommended that the authorities should consider enacting a single extradition act that seeks to simplify and expedite the procedures for extradition applications in Belize, while safeguarding the rights of defendants, and consider concluding extradition treaties with a broader range of countries. Additionally, the assessors indicated that the provisions of the Extradition Act are rudimentary at best and are limited to general provisions. The assessors concluded that the existing extradition regime is long and unwieldy. So, Madam Speaker, that is the purpose and objective of this new extradition bill, this new extradition act that we propose to pass. And as I said, it has the full support of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Place the Extradition Act, Chapter 112 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to simplify and expedite the procedure for extradition and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Legal Aid Bill. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small or moderate economic means, to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partly out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very important bill, long overdue. Generally, legal aid means legal services or representation offered for civil or criminal matters to persons who are financially unable to secure legal services from their own resources. In countries like Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica, there are statutes in place to establish and coordinate legal aid systems, to establish legal aid council, and to administer legal aid. In a system like this, legal aid promotes justice for all. Such a system governed by statute would be beneficial in Belize, as there are presently no laws which govern legal aid in Belize. Currently, there is a legal advice and service center offering legal aid services in Belize. The Legal Advice and Services Center is operated by Crown Councils and an administrative staff who are paid by the government of Belize. This operation is not established or governed by any law or statute, and therefore has been operating without legal structure. In consideration of the current circumstances, it is recommended that legislation be put in place for the establishment of a proper legal aid system instituted under the Legal Aid Bill, which we are now introducing. This will allow for proper organization, efficiency, accountability, and transparency in its operations. Very importantly, Madam Speaker, the Legal Aid Bill was previously shared with the Bar Association of Belize, the Chief Justice, and the Legal Advice and Service Center for review and input. Some concerns were raised by the Legal Advice and Service Center, and the bill was revised accordingly to address these concerns. The Proposed legal aid bill seeks to achieve the following: to statutorily incorporate a legal aid commission, to equip the legal aid commission with its own funds and require it to provide budget estimates for approval by the National Assembly, empower the legal aid commission to provide some legal aid services and to contract attorneys at law to provide legal aid services at such tariffs and fees approved by the commission. Provide for a director to act under the direction of the commission. Prescribe the type of criminal and civil matters for which legal aid services may be provided. Establish an eligibility criterion to obtain legal aid services and a criterion for investigation and verification of the means of legal aid applicants. Provide for transparency of management of legal aid and its funds by requiring reports on matters handled to ensure that legal aid in Belize is being offered, to provide the financial records to be kept and for the Auditor General to be able to audit the accounts. To provide for the transitioning of employment under a statutory body. This will allow the current officers at the Legal Advice and Service Center to choose between transitioning to employment under the statutory body established under the bill or transferring to another government department. Since transferring to another government department may allow officers to keep the benefits accrued due to their years of service, and some may wish to exercise this option, the bill also empowers the statutory body to employ new officers as necessary, and to make grant funding from sources apart from the government legal and accessible to the Legal Aid Commission. For example, recently the UNDP made a submission under the EU Access to Justice project. This project title is Strengthening Access to Justice in Belize. This proposal includes elements to support legal aid in Belize as it pertains to assessment of the current Legal Advice and Service Center, and to provide guidance on best practices for staffing and training of personnel. The proposal outlines support for the implementation of the proposed legal aid bill and support for the enhancing partnership with the Belize Bar Association, complemented with training for specialized legal aid services for juveniles and women. As there are financial constraints on the government of Belize, potential grant funding of this nature from the UNDP and other organizations outside of the government would allow the Legal Aid Commission to ensure that legal aid in Belize is being offered at the highest quality possible. So collectively, Madam Speaker, these statutory goals the legal aid bill seeks to achieve ultimately result in the common goal shared throughout the Caribbean region and the Commonwealth, which is to offer indigent citizens equal access to justice. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to make legal aid readily available to persons of small and moderate economic means, to enable the cost of providing legal aid granted to persons of small and moderate economic means to be defrayed wholly or partly out of money provided for that purpose by the National Assembly, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Diaspora Relations.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues.
Sorry.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, the good people of Pixdock and the people of Belize. Since this is the first House meeting, I would like to say blessings to you and your family, Madam Speaker, to colleagues here in the House, to the people of Pixdock, and to the people of this wonderful country. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentives Act, Chapter 62 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 20 2020 to expand the Qualified Retired Persons Incentive Program to allow for investment and business creation by foreign entities, retirees, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. I'd just like to explain a bit of why we're doing the amendments. As you know, and a colleague from Albert, the Belize Tourism Board launched the QRP program, as it's called, somewhere around 1999, with a full rollout of the program in 2000. At the time, its purpose, and still is, purpose is to attract eligible persons to live in Belize and visit Belize for longer periods of time. Mainly people from the United States and Canada and the UK have been a part of this program and continue to be. This program, which is regulated by the Belize Tourism Board, with support of Immigration, Customs, and the Police Department, has helped to develop long-stay tourism and the growth of the real estate industry. Today, there are clusters of retirement destinations, as they're called, throughout Belize, especially in Corozal, Orange Walk, Cayo, San Pedro, Placencia, and Hopkins. Now, Madam Speaker, after 13 years of the previous administration's mismanagement and lack of focus on the program, the numbers were declining. And so when we got into government in 2020, we injected some energy, some focus, and we prioritized the promotion for the growth of this very important group of people who come to Belize. In 2022, we received 109 new retirees and 60 dependents, which is a substantial increase for the program. There are also several applications in the pipeline as we speak. In all, currently, there are approximately 311 retirees in the program, plus another 300 dependents. According to existing legislation, retirees must deposit a minimum of $24,000 US annually into a financial institution in Belize. If you multiply the number by the amount of money they have to deposit, it works out to somewhere that they're injecting about $15 million a year just for this part, and that doesn't include the investment in real estate, homes, and other things that they have to get while in Belize. Madam Speaker, we know that we can grow this number. For example, a jurisdiction like Costa Rica, who has had this program for some time, has some 70,000 retirees in their program. Panama has a large number as well. As in this part of the world, they're considered the best two destinations to retire. We believe that we can grow the numbers significantly, and we believe that they can help to grow the economy of Belize. Madam Speaker, the current benefits under the program: any person who qualifies for the QRP program is entitled to benefits under the Retired Persons Incentive Act. A person with QRP status receives a QRP residency card that allows him or her to reside in Belize and to come and go as he or she pleases. These cards are renewed on an annual basis for control purposes. Approved QRPs are entitled to exemptions on import duties and taxes on certain items that are imported for personal use only, including household and personal effects, motor vehicles, light aircraft, and a motorboat. Persons with QRP status are also exempted from taxes on income received from sources outside of Belize, capital gains tax and inheritance tax, but may not engage in employment in Belize. And I reiterate that they cannot work in Belize. In the early 2000s, retirement programs such as the QRP that we have here in Belize were deemed as innovative and were implemented by countries such as Panama, Costa Rica, and Mexico. Today, you can retire almost anywhere in the world. Many countries have successfully implemented retirement programs that bolster their foreign exchange position, increase investment in real estate and construction, boost employment and volunteerism in their communities. For example, there are many doctors who have retired in Belize, nurses, teachers, engineers who would want to give their time in the communities that they now call their second home. Statistics on early retirement suggest that 25% of Gen Z respondents plan to retire before the age of 55, according to a recent Goldman Sachs survey. This target group is setting aside 50 to 75% of their income for saving and investment so that they can retire early. These are the persons looking at international destinations in warm tropical countries like Belize. We see great demand for Belize and therefore see the need to expand the benefits so that the program can grow beyond the moderate level of interest we currently have. So the amendments now, Madam Speaker. We have identified areas to improve on the program, and these amendments seek to address those key areas. Amendments to Section 2, 3, 4, and 5 will allow for the following: a reduction in the age of eligibility from 45 to 40, adjust the definition of a retirement income in the qualification process to include Social Security benefits, home equity, inheritance, reverse mortgages, personal savings, retirement contribution plans, or any other means of retirement income. To be considered for investment QRPs, also we want to expand it so that there are opportunities for them to invest in Belize. Again, they can't work, but we want them to spend more money here while in the country. To be considered for investment, QRPs would need to submit a business plan, proof of investment capital of at least $1 million, proof of employment of at least 5 Belizean citizens, proof of business operation after 15 months after approval for doing their business. It is important to note that in order to conduct business, QRPs must receive the requisite licenses and permits to conduct business in Belize, and full duties and taxes must be paid on any business carried on in Belize. Madam Speaker, we believe that these amendments will add to the attractiveness of the program, and we believe that we can grow the numbers exponentially, which will help develop the economy of Belize and certain areas of the country that are prime retirement destinations. I thank you for your time, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Tourism, Archaeology and Information Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentive Act, Chapter 62 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the Qualified Retired Person Incentive Program to allow for investment and business creation by foreign retiree and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motions relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the appointment of Ombudsman Motion 2023. I move whereas Section 3(2) of the Ombudsman Act, Chapter 5 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Ombudsman shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly, contained in resolutions passed in that behalf. And whereas the office of the Ombudsman has been vacant since March 31st, 2021, and whereas Section 61A, subsection 2C, and subsection 3 of the Belize Constitution provide that the Ombudsman can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate, and whereas the Senate has, on the 14th day of December 2022, approved the appointment of Major Herman Gilbert Suazo, retired, as Ombudsman. And whereas Major Herman Gilbert Suazo is 61 years of age, date of birth 13 April 1961, and falls within the age limit prescribed by the Ombudsman Act. And whereas Major Herman Gilbert Suazo fulfills the requirements for appointment of the office of Ombudsman as prescribed in the Ombudsman Act. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Major Herman Gilbert Suazo, retired, be appointed as Ombudsman for a period of 3 years, with effect from the first day of January 2023. Madam Speaker, I think that everybody knows Major Suazo. He has been a public servant all his life. He served with distinction in the Belize Defense Force, and then he also served as the mayor of Dangriga. Everyone in Dangriga will tell you that he is a man of the people, he is approachable, he is deeply concerned for his people, for the people in Dangriga, for the Garifuna, and as on a whole, as for all Belizeans. Madam Speaker, I think this appointment is an easy one that I expect that everyone on both sides of the House will support, of course, as we have already gotten the support from the Senate. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development 2000, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, yes. I move that this motion, Madam Speaker, be withdrawn.
Honorable members, the question is that the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development 2018 general increase in authorized capital stock of the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the International Finance Corporation motion 2023 be withdrawn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
This is Inter-American Development Bank Trade and Investment Facilitation Program for Belize, US 8 million loan motion 2023. This motion has been circulated to all members and therefore, with your permission not to repeat recitals, I move now, therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to transform the external sector through diversification, attract more diverse foreign direct investment, integration, facilitate trade with neighboring countries, and innovation, promoting positive spillovers of the FDI, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, this loan will fund the following. 1, improve investment facilitation through simplification, standardization, and automation of the key investment procedures, including the implementation of a digital single investment window. 2, strengthen the trade and investment institutional apparatus, including the improvement of investment promotion programs and the development of a new suppliers program. 3, improve facilitation through simplifying, standardizing, and automating key trade processes. For example, as part of the first phase of implementation of a foreign trade, a direct trade single window, this loan will finance one business process reengineering to ensure that trade processes are optimized and aligned with international best practices. Secondly, deployment of a licenses, certificates, and permits, the LCP module that will serve as a single entry point and management system for all import and export LCPs issued by participating agencies, which will include the generation of gender disaggregated reports. Most of us are aware of the challenges of doing business in Belize. Belize over the years, particularly over the past 13 years, received progressively lower marks for the difficulties with doing business in Belize. Too many processes, too many bottlenecks, too many bureaucracies have contributed to such challenges of doing business in Belize, all of which make it more costly to conduct business. This loan motion seeks to support our efforts to make it far easier to invest and do business in Belize. By implementing a digital single investment window and a foreign trade single window, for example, bureaucracies will be eliminated and processes streamlined so that businesses and investors will be able to transact more seamlessly and efficiently on a much more cost-effective basis. I hope both sides of the House will support this motion.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues. Pleasant good morning to all of the Belizean people and the Mesopotamia constituency. I would like to, with your permission, Madam Speaker, join with the Prime Minister and the members on that side and this side in expressing my deepest sympathies to Mr. William Dawson, who I did have the privilege of meeting and working with in his capacity at Kobe facility, dealing with at-risk youth and other people who had been involved in the criminal justice system. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the passing of public officer Vivian, Bilal, Ramnarans, and the Ramnarans brothers. I'll talk about that later, but I think we all join in expressing deepest sympathies to the Ramnarans family. Madam Speaker, while I discuss this matter with colleagues in the opposition, and there is not a difficulty in strengthening these areas, I have to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to highlight to the Belizean people that this Prime Minister and this government criticized, chastised, crucified the UDP administration for borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. It must be underlined, Madam Speaker, that this Prime Minister and his administration have done the exact same thing, and I would say at an even more alarming level than anything they have accused the former UDP administration, Madam Speaker. I do believe that we are at $500 million in loan motions in the 2+ years that the Briceño administration has taken office, Madam Speaker. And this is alarming. The Belizean people will have to pay for these loans. These are not grants, these are not gifts, Madam Speaker. And I am very concerned that this pattern of borrowing and borrowing and borrowing has absolutely no end, Madam Speaker. But this is prototype PUP administration, Madam Speaker, and it must be highlighted that in 1998 to 2003, the current Prime Minister, I believe he was Vice or Deputy Prime Minister at the time, his administration added $659 million in public debt, Madam Speaker. This is what the PUPs have left as a legacy. And it is important that the Belizean people take note. Nothing is getting better, and certainly the fiscal management of this country is not improving, Madam Speaker, because these loans have to be paid. They are not grants. I don't question the end result as far as the activities that the monies may be borrowed for, but you can't have everything that you want. You need to be able to afford the things that you want. So we really need to question, again, the priorities and the fiscal prudence of this administration, Madam Speaker. You know, in the history of government, starting in independence, it is always under the PUP that the country incurs the most public debt, Madam Speaker. In the 2003 to 2008 administration, it was $793 million incurred by that administration. You add that up, that's about $1.4 billion in public debt that the PUP administration saddled the Belizean people. You look at the UDP administrations in contrast, 93 to 98, $165 million, 2008 to 12, $83 million. This The loan motions, this is just one. You have 3 loan motions here today, Madam Speaker. $66 million in one day, Madam Speaker. Reckless spending, irresponsible fiscal management of this country, Madam Speaker, and it must be highlighted to the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I guess the leader of the opposition if I won right now, because nobody try to get up and support him. But you know, you talk about chastise, crucify, and what are the next word you use? Trying to create some poetry right here, if you take off your mic. Anyway, Madam Speaker, the problem is not the issue of borrowing. Borrowing for just borrowing's sake, that is the problem. I need to remind the honorable leader of the opposition, I come from the private sector, and I have several businesses, and lots of times we have to borrow because we invest, and we know that by borrowing, you can grow your business, and then you'll be able to pay it and create opportunities and create a profit. That's what you do. That kind of mentality has to be brought into government, into governance. Of course, the profits is recorded differently, not profits in dollars, but profits in how you improve the lives of the Belizean people. That is the difference between the UDP and the PUP. Then just with a borrow for borrow and borrow sake. And what purpose to build? And what did the farmer leader, the Prime Minister said the last time? He want borrow and borrow and borrow till he can't go no more. And the man did just that, he borrow and borrow and borrow till he can't go no more. That's the legacy of the UDP government. That's the legacy of the former Prime Minister. Allow me, I did not interrupt you, my brother. I did not interrupt you. Listen to me. Let me give you some statistics since you did talk. You talk about borrow. Your government, when you were the leader, or you were what, the musical ambassador, what did he do for the musicians? Zero. Exactly. Oh my God.
Members, 42B, I'm reminding members of 42B.
Your government, the UDP government, borrowed $2.2 billion. You left this country with debt of over $4 billion. That is your legacy. They borrowed from the central bank, then print money. They printed money to the tune of over $1 billion because they couldn't borrow anymore. But they made print money like they're crazy. You left an overdraft at the central bank. Maxed out, they maxed out the credit card to $100 million. Do you know how much this government owed the central bank? Zero. We have $75 million in savings in the central bank. And you are going to talk about spending money? Please, man. In 2 years. In 2 years. Let me give you some more statistics. How much money did the UDP pay for the super bond in the 13 years? Over $725 million. By how much is super bond gone down to under the UDP? Not by a single cent, it gone up more. It is this government that we went and negotiated with the bondholders. And we basically tell them we can't pay you and we have to negotiate. And we saved the Belizean people over $500 million. We went to our friends in Venezuela. And despite that, they are there, the Petrocaribe, which they bad spend up, you know. They bad spend up that. They use that to trick the people in 2015 for the elections. Just 3 weeks before the election, in Belize City, they spent and they gave away over $44 million. People, they get refrigerator, TV, stove, so then they get sand front of the house, and then even they ask. And they use that money to trick the people into voting for them for another year, and now for another term. And what did we have to do? We had to go to speak to our friends in Venezuela. And despite that they were going through a difficult time, we have managed to save this country another $500 million. Yes, the same day you condemn. You may spend up your money, and then afterwards you are condemned. You don't spend up the man's money, you give Venezuela money, and now you come here like a hypocrite to talk about Venezuela. You should be ashamed of yourself. When we got into government, how much was debt to GDP? 130%. What is debt to GDP right now? You know? How much you know? No. How much is debt to GDP? It is 63%, ladies and gentlemen. And then what is it? Now, you're talking, when the UDP was borrowing all of that money, what was the economic growth that we had? Zero. This country regressed over the past 13 years under the leadership of the UDP. And look at what we have done. In the first year, what kind of growth did we have? We had almost 12.5% of GDP growth. The previous government never, ever had 12.5% GDP growth. That is when you invest, my brother. You invest so that you can grow your economy. And when you grow your economy, you create opportunities for your people. What is the growth going to be? The growth for the third quarter of last year was 12%. You know what's going to be the growth for 2022? It's going to be anywhere between 8 and 12%. Numbers that the previous Prime Minister never saw under his leadership. What was unemployment when we got it? 30%. And now you, the leader of the opposition, comes here to tell us that nobody did feel what we did do. What is the unemployment rate? 5%, my brother, the lowest unemployment rate that this country has ever had. And why did that happen? The people around you must be unemployed because they can't get a job. They only could get a job when the UDP is in government. But everywhere you go, you see the number of people that are working. Are there people that are unemployed? Of course they are. Not everybody employed. Just for a little bit of economics, basic economics. Usually of the workforce, you have about an average of 65% of them that are an actual active. In Belize, it's about 58%. Of that 58%, only 5% of them are not working. Only 5%. On the other parts, the problem is, and the Minister of Education is working in solving that matter, that many instances in primary school, when you can't pass standard 2 and you don't get certificate, you pass it to standard 3, and I pass it to standard 4, and I pass it to standard 5, and I pass it to standard 6. You think that child can go to high school? Obviously not, because he never learned anything. Under the leadership of the Minister of Education, he has changed the policy to say our children have to learn before they go to another classroom so that they could be able to go to high school. Many of our young men and women that are out of the job market, it's simply because they are unemployable. And right now, and again, the Minister of Education is looking at the IT vets, or what some people refer to the Center for Employment Training, CETs, to see how is it that we could come up with programs to go after these young men and women, to be able to give them some sort of training so that they could also find work. And then also, there's a lot of people on the informal market, that they have their small little businesses, selling tacos, the other, the hustle, they wash cars, and then, they cut the lawnmower yards, and so those people are not a part of the formal market. Later on, we're going to be introducing legislation to see how we could bring them into the formal market. The point is, if you would take the opportunity, and as the leader of the, once leader of the opposition, you remember from Colette. Sumi leader. You're right there quietly by your side, don't you, man? They pick by you. Sorry, I don't mean disrespectfully, I mean it as a friend. Okay? We have to be able to find ways of how to get all of these people in the formal market. The truth is that whenever you go right now, people will tell you that more and more people are working. And when more and more people are at work, then we don't need to do as much as we call the so-called social programs of giving away things. Because the best social program a government could ever have is putting people to work. And that is the philosophy of the People's United Party. Madam Speaker, I could go on and on, but I think that should bring home to the minimum wage, yeah. I'm glad you remind us. Minimum wage, when many of you said it cannot be done, we got it done. And the people from the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry come and say, oh, we need to phase it in. People can't wait to phase it in if we eat. And despite that I come from the private sector, I said, we are going to implement it, we're going to implement it right now. And that's what we did January 1st. And what has happened since then? Did the world come to an end? No. They ran off on Lee Wild because they touched their pocket. But we need to put more money in the pockets of the rest of the people. 30,000 Belizeans are now getting $5 and more, thanks to a People's United Party government. And I agree with the leader of the opposition, man, he being a hypocrite. I did not hear him talking about wanting to raise the minimum wage before November 2020. All of a sudden he gets, oh my God, he saw the light. And he worry about the poor people. And those come and say, $5 is not enough. Of course $5 is not enough. But $5 is more than $3.35. And we are working to be able to continue to increase the salary of the poor people. Because this government has made a solemn promise that we are going to work hard, that we are going to implement Plan Belize to be able to reduce poverty in half in 10 years, Madam Speaker. Those are not fancy campaign promises. Those are promises that come from the heart, del corazón. Because we have been walking the streets, we've been walking in the rural areas, all of a sudden nobody villages, you know, but Oscar, all of a sudden nobody villages. All of a sudden we're about the rural people. When the previous government would spend all of the money in Belize City and Belmopan and standing down, so sorry, they never spent nothing for Orange. Mayor of Orange, remember? Mayor Emeritus, sorry. Mayor Emeritus. Yeah. No kaya sol. But sa Ignacio, Santa Elena get a lot of money. Belmopan get a lot of money. Belize City get a lot of money. And with all of that money, they vote them out in 2020. The point is that our government is a government that works for everyone. We're not saying that Belize City shouldn't get any more, you know. Deputy, don't look for me right now. We believe that we have to do more. There's a lot more work to be done. But we also have to do the work in the rural areas. We have to work on water, on roads. Right now we're talking about paving the road from San Esteban to Belize, to Banquitas, or to the entrance of Orange Town. And that's a story yet to be told. Because the PUP government got free money under the EU sugar adaptation project. The PUP, no. The PUP, we had free money to pave the road from Progreso all the way to Orange Town in 2008. But because now they claim our PUP company get the contract, and despite the fact that we don't borrow some money to be able to do that work, I think it was about $8 million, we don't start to fix the road from San Esteban to Progreso. And you know what this spiteful government did? They took that money and brought it to Belize City, and all our $1 million plus that we don't spend in that area were gone to nothing. I know you talk about, you care about the rural people, my brother. And then it gets worse. That company that signed that contract took the government to court and said we had a legal contract to be able to do this work. And you know who afterwards then get to represent them? Brother Dennis Barrow. And I'll get the documents here, I have to bring it to the house, to see the millions of dollars that we had to pay them in compensation. We lose, I think it was about 10 or 11 million dollars that the EU gave us free money. We lose that because the EU said, well, time passed, you can't get it back. And yet we had to pay them, if I'm not right, about $9 million. We cost this country $20 million just for spite a company because they claim it on few people. Hypocrisy, and then they talk about they care about the rural people. We care about the rural people. I don't say it by words, we do it by action. Have you gone to Blackberry Ridge Estate? Remember the same house where Boots Martinez was built? We don't broke up right now. Every year you vote $8 million for housing, and how many houses did you build? How many houses did you build? All of that has to do with this. It has to do with this because when we borrow, we are also investing
Madam Speaker,
in housing for the people.
Madam Speaker, on a point of
What's
order.
your point of order?
No,
Madam Speaker, relevance and it's not relevant.
I believe the Prime Minister was literally just speaking to the relevance of connecting it.
Oh, he was just speaking. All right, Madam Speaker. And there's repetition. My other point of order is he's being repetitive, Madam Speaker. He's making the same point over and over.
Prime Minister?
I don't know what's repetitive because I've been talking about a myriad of things that we've been doing, and we could continue more, you know. We could tell you more. But we are leave it for now. We are leave it for now. The point that I'm trying to make to the honorable leader of the opposition, Madam Speaker, is simply that you need to have a vision. You need to have a plan of action. When you have all of that together, then you come and you borrow the money to put your plans into place to be able to accomplish your vision. I used to always come to this house when we were on the other side and remind the Prime Minister back then, what is your economic plan? What is your vision? If you come and borrow for something good, of course, there are several instances we supported the government back then when they were borrowing for some things that we deemed that was good, for instance, like education. But many times they were just borrowing, you know, for instance, when they were borrowing for the coastal road, you know, and they were spending over 100+ million. How much was it, Julius? Sorry, the honorable member. 110. No, they borrowed. And yet, we said we don't need to spend more than $110 million to a road to Caracol. The road to Caracol is important. Of course it is, because for the tourism that we're trying to grow in the Cayo district. But we don't need to invest 110 million. The honorable member, the Minister for Infrastructure Development and Housing, sat down with the Kuwaitis and said, listen, this is way too much money. We can't afford to spend so much money. And they helped to redesign it, and we saved $25 billion. US. That's what we did. We saved $25 billion US. That's what I talk about borrowing, my brother, borrowing with a vision. Look at the Halover Bridge. How many times did we vote for money for the Halover Bridge? About 2 or 3 times in this honorable house. And they never did build it. When we got into the honorable member from Infrastructure Development, when he looked at the plans and he said, listen, we're over-designing this bridge. We don't need such a big bridge for CDB. And he sat down with Belizean engineers and came up with a different design. A design that's going to be here for decades. And he went back to the CDB. I tell CDB, we don't need 60 million. We need 30. We're saving $25 million for this country. And CDB said, well, no, we are not. You have to spend $60 million. And we tell CDB, take your money. Because we are not going to spend $60 million when you only need to spend $30 million. This government saved another $25 million for the people of this country. This is, my brother, this is when you have people that know what they do. We have competence. Who did they have at Ministry of Works? First they started off with boots, remember? Oh my God. I'm sorry, gone from grass to grass. I'm sorry, from grass, sorry.
Prime Minister, please, let's withdraw that word, please.
Sorry, I take it back. I apologize. I apologize.
Please.
I'll get carried away. But we ended up with Rede Montero as the minister. All you gonna do the ad for on different account, but not for the account for the Belizean people. These are the ways, my brother. This is what the point I'm trying to make is that you borrow wisely. You borrow with a plan. Because we know that we have to grow the economy. We know we have to create opportunities. We know we have to work with our farmers. We know we have to work with the rural people. We know we have to provide housing for poor people. We know we have to put more roads and streets, roads that are really and truly climate resilient. Now the Prime Minister back then, everything climate resilient, and the first hurricane, it blow away and wash away the roads. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but I had to be able to try to give a lesson to the leader of the opposition. But you know what's the sad part? You know what's the sad part, Madam Speaker? You don't understand what we talk about. And you don't care. Because if he cared, he could have come and sit down and ask the pertinent questions. But he just wants to come here to grandstand without really looking at what the work that this government is doing. Madam Speaker, I move the debate. Thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Members, I kindly ask, please, I kindly ask to give respect to the chair. Member for Lake Eye. All I ask, member for Mesopotamia, leader of opposition, I really don't need assistance. Thank you. All I ask is just to respect the chair. You can speak when you're on your feet, but just respect the chair so that I can do my role and so that the listening public can understand what's happening in the House. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due post.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Members, before we proceed to the next motion, all I ask is that we take care in language that is used. I will ask you to withdraw any objectionable language. I am sure the debates can be robust, but at the same time, with respect and parliamentary decor. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, again, my apologies, I'm too excited. Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank Program for digital innovation to boost economic development in Belize. It's a US $10 million loan motion 2023. This motion has been circulated to all members, and therefore, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to drive economic growth in Belize by promoting digital innovations in order to achieve its vision for Belize to become a digital economy, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has a recommendation of the Cabinet. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, in Plan Belize, we made a commitment to digitize most of the government services and to do so as quickly as we possibly can. Over the past couple of years, we have been working hard at doing just that, digitizing. In 2021, we launched the online taxpayer portal for the Belize tax service known as IRIS Belize. IRIS permits taxpayers not only to seamlessly file their monthly tax returns, but also to make payment immediately online, among other things. Late last year, we also launched the online business registry system that merged, consolidated, and modernized the company's registry. You no longer need to go to Belmopan to form a company or partnership or register a business name or even file your company reports. All of that can be done online, and it also can be paid online. Madam Speaker, this $10 million US loan will not only support further implementation of our digitization agenda, but it goes even further. Its general objective is to promote digitization not only for government services, but of firms, as well as to promote growth and increase efficiency in Belize's economy. So far as government services are concerned, this facility will support the optimization and digitization of government processes related to citizens' registration services, including the digitization of the vital statistics units. You know, I always remember, you see these landlines at Vital Stats, you know, and then people come there and they have to come from early in the morning, and many instances they can't get in papers, they have to come back, they're looking at some papers, the records are in disarray, some papers get lost, in some instances even the RAC will need some of the papers. So we want to digitize all of that. And that will then be able, so that our citizens then can go online and be able to apply for their own birth certificates. We are also working, as we speak, also on the lands registry. Many people like to talk about the lands as being Belize's stock market, you know, that you use that to be able to invest. And there are hundreds and hundreds of stories where people have tried to get their land titles or get it registered, trying to get it mortgaged, to build a house, to invest, send their children to school, or instances when people are sick. And so we believe that by digitizing the lands registry, then we will be able to do even more for people. We're doing more of taking Belmopan to the people, because you would no longer need to come personally to Belmopan, and they'll be able to do most, if not all, of the work digital. And another crucial aspect of the digitization, Madam Speaker and colleagues, is that of a national digital ID. Many instances when you talk to the banks, I know, people say, well, when you go to a state, you can open one bank account in 30 minutes, and get a credit card and checking account, but right in Belize, you take weeks and weeks and weeks. And I've been talking to the governor of the central bank, I've been talking to the managers of the banks in Belize, and basically all of them come to the same conclusion. It takes so long because they have to ensure who is it that is opening up a bank account, especially when it comes to the issue of corresponding banking. And so they have to go the extra mile to ensure that who this person is. But once we do the digitization of an account with a national ID, it will have your biometrics, your fingerprints, your eye, to take a copy of your eyes so that whenever you go anywhere in Belize, they could quickly identify who you are. And with this one ID, the goal is that then you don't have to have a lot of IDs. That will be your national ID, that will be your social security card. Probably we hope that we'll be able to use it for voting, for driving, for pretty much everything like what they do in most countries. And it will also help you then to be able to easily open a bank account. So that is the next step that we will be working towards in providing digital services and taking Belize to the next level. So, Madam Speaker, this loan will also, apart from what I just said, it's not financing the national ID. As way of explanation, saying what is the next step. Madam Speaker, this loan will also finance the creation of a platform to support information exchange for key government services, including the financing of an IT infrastructure and integration of entities to the platform. So again, government departments could be able to seamlessly speak or talk and share information with one another. To support private sector growth and efficiency, a component of this loan will assist Beltrade to develop a digital innovation cluster in Belize that will accredit and build capacity for 4 selected local digital service providers with technical assistance grants of up to $40,000 Belize. Through this loan, government will also invest in a mission-oriented digital innovation incubator, so fancy, the MODII, that will target rural areas with limited connectivity. Many instances where rural people don't have access. They either don't have signal or can't afford to be able to time or to log into the internet. So through this, we want to target these rural areas that have limited connectivity and which will build on the concept of what we call the Belize Enterprise and Innovation Institute to innovate digital solutions to the market, including solutions with a gender and climate perspective. And by gender, we mean that we need to be able to provide even more opportunities for women to be able to catch up in the digital revolution that Belize is going through. Most important, this will direct support and progress for our Plan Belize e-governance agenda. Given the many benefits to be gained from this loan program, we look forward for the overwhelming support of this loan motion from both sides of this honorable House. Madam Speaker, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am sure that in the 98 to 2008 Musa Briceño administration, the former Prime Minister Musa, who is far more eloquent, intellectual than his successor, came into this House and made these types of presentations. But no matter how excited the Prime Minister gets and how loud he gets, it will never erase the legacy of the super bond and all the billions of dollars that the Belizean people were saddled with, Madam Speaker. It does not change the truth of the irresponsible fiscal management that the PUP has to bear, Madam Speaker. I'll give you a current example. The Prime Minister comes into this house and tries to portray himself as some business genius and finance genius, and it comes across as very pompous. Very, very pompous, right? Because we know that it is Chris Cowie that writes everything for you. But, Madam Speaker, you look at the immigration system. Because the presentation of digitization, sorry, Madam Speaker, it is a very appealing presentation, whoever wrote that for him. But you look at the immigration department, the worst it has ever been. And you came into this house and you asked for $25 million US in order to go digital in the immigration department. And now you have to wait 6 months. You go online right now, Mr. Digital, and you try to get an appointment for immigration, get your passport or whatever, and you have to wait 6 months. Worse than it has ever been. So don't come in here and give your Chris Cowie written presentations and expect that the opposition is supposed to just roll over. When this PUP party, these PUP administration have an atrocious history of borrowing, Madam Speaker. Do I need to remind you about Bear Stearns? The 250 million US that went missing with nothing to show for it? So, raising your voice does not erase the legacy, Madam Speaker, and Belizeans need to take note, because we've seen with the $25 million loan for the immigration digital movement that has resulted in a worse state of affairs at immigration. Literally, you go online and try to book an appointment with immigration. The next available time is August or September, Madam Speaker. That is unacceptable. Yet you came into this house and got a $25 million US, $50 million loan motion approved with the same presentation of things getting better. It has not gotten better. I am out there every day in the rural areas, in the towns and in the cities, and life is worse, Madam Speaker. When you talk about borrowing with a vision, so dealing with the COVID crisis, that is not a vision. When the Prime Minister was borrowing and said that he would borrow, he was not doing that in vain. He was doing that to support our frontline workers, to support our population from the fatal COVID-19 pandemic. Don't try to buttress and hide your hypocrisy by telling mistruths in this honorable house, Prime Minister. What you represent is rank hypocrisy. When the previous administration was borrowing, you know that they were borrowing to deal with the pandemic. You come in here and you talk about 12% growth and recovery. But then the question, right? I didn't go to Warhol or Harvard like you. I'm not an economist like you pretend to be. But if you are recovering so robustly, why do you have to keep borrowing? Why don't you spend from the money that Belize has, Mr. Economist? Madam Speaker, when the Prime Minister talks about borrowing with a vision and the results, they are not what he says, Madam Speaker. A 12% growth from COVID-19 levels, even with the adjustment of their thresholds, Madam Speaker, to cook their projections of financial reality. It is nothing to be proud of, Madam Speaker. All the Prime Minister can say is that the economy has rebounded to where it was under the UDP. There is no improvement. The reality is worse when he talks about 5% unemployment, even with the adjusted formula that you now employ. That is not the lowest ever. Under the UDP 2019, we were at 4.4 unemployment rate, Madam Speaker. So again, this borrowing with a vision he needs to increase the prescription on his glasses, because I don't see us going anywhere. And I remind this country, his predecessor, who was much more intellectual, much more of a great orator, came in here and gave the same nice speeches, and it resulted in the greatest debt that this country ever incurred under the PUP. So don't boast about the blue bond that was started under the UDP to undo the mess that the PUP created. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me begin by saying that I support the loan motion, and I do so because I think that this particular loan, and you know, the argument could be extended to the other two loan motions that are before us to borrow monies from the Inter-American Development Bank. The reasons for borrowing these monies are good reasons. You know, I have been away studying, and living in a more developed country, you see every day how easier life can be if it is we have digitized systems in government and also in the public, in everyday public operations. So there is no way that I cannot support this kind of motion that will modernize Belize's systems. But, Madam Speaker, I do have to make the point that, in my opinion, and the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister as well, both in different ways, hark on what has happened in the past and what the former administration did or did not do. But what has been said is correct. We have heard wonderful stories before, or wonderful proposals about getting this government to where it needs to be in terms of digitizing our national services. And we have not seen those things really pan out. And so while I support the loan motion this morning, I want to caution and I want to engage the Prime Minister and his administration in trying to ensure that we get the best value for these monies that we are borrowing. And I'm not sure that his description, maybe there is more in terms of the details, but we really have to make sure we get the best bang for our buck. I say that with the absolute hope in mind that we are being cautious as well, and I don't want to engage with any of these IFAs in terms of or borrowing with them. But my experience in the 20 years, I noted, Prime Minister, that you were saying that this is your 30th year in the House, and so I checked when in the year 2003 the elections were, and I believe they were on August 5th of 1993. So that's when you came in. So that makes you 30 years, but I think this month of February, maybe it is in August, that I, and as well as members like my friend from Freetown, have been here 20 years. And in my 20 years in this House, this is not the first time that we speak about digitizing stuff and we borrow monies from these international financial institutions and we don't see benefits. Number one, I feel that sometimes we borrow these monies and they come with a lot of conditions. They come with a lot of foreign consultations attached. You have to use this certain company that comes from Barbados, and I noted that we made some changes to the Treaty of Tragaramas, and I listened to the Prime Minister say these are things which we don't really have a choice because we signed on to CARICOM many years ago, the Treaty of Tragaramas. Well, these things eat away at this money. Yes, we're borrowing a total of $66 million today. Yes, we're borrowing $20 million for this particular measure, but how much of that money is actually going to go into building these digital systems that we really, truly need? It's not a matter of whether we want it. This is something that we need in terms of the way the world is working, and if we're to fit in with the rest of the world, this must be done. I listened as well, and I got a little bit clearer when the Prime Minister spoke about these incubators in the rural areas and so on, but I have to raise the alarm as well that in this country, we have a very gaping digital divide. It's huge. And so while it is that we are making these loans and we're attempting to digitize things or tell the world we're digitizing things, it will make no sense if we don't first address the issues of the digital divide. You may have noticed that in my one constituency, and I put on record my gratitude to the government for assisting us with the community development funds. Those monies I've embarked on a program to every 2 months or so deliver laptop computers, digital devices to students who I am hoping will go home in very impoverished households and share that computer with their family members in order to get people more on page with what is happening in terms of the technology. That is very important. And I would hope that, I don't know the details again, I would hope that a loan motion like this would seriously encompass more to be done, not up at the, I listened as you said, Prime Minister, about the company's registry and all of these things that the business, and that's important, don't get me wrong, but what is also important is that the rank and file. Take, for instance, a person who is going to go to the registry, the birth registry or the death registry or whatever to get a certificate. Most people don't have a device where they can log in online and apply for that. Worse, even if we get to that stage where we establish the platform that they can do that, how will they pay? Because they don't got no credit card. So all of these things need to be worked out, and these things are what is going to make it better for our Belizean people. We need to make sure that when we borrow these monies, and I think, there's a lot that can be said. I could go back to, because there's a lot that you said, Prime Minister, and I understand you are a politician. We are all politicians in this also. You have to paint things to make your party look good. But I join in pointing out that I looked this morning at one of my colleagues on the other side who was here, and I'll call name, when it was said that that the PUP administration back then raised the debt from $500 million to 1.2 billion in the 10 years or whatever it was of the PUP's administration between 1998 and 2008. If you go back and you read the PUP manifesto of 1998, when the UDPs were going out of power at the time, you know what the first page of the PUP manifesto said? It said the Borough administration has the debt at a staggering, that's the word they use, staggering $500 and something million. $500 million was where the debt was in 1998 when the UDP was about to leave office. And within the 10, so this blame game about who borrow more and who borrow, and I hear the Prime Minister again saying borrowing is important. I agree. It's a different Sankey from what he was singing when he was in opposition, but that is politics. That is politics. I'm not going to get into all of that back and forth, but now that we have cleared the debt, and I hasten to point out a little politics, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, that it was the UDP, man. I don't want to get into the back and forth, but we have to set the record straight. When you went to wherever country you went when they were signing on to the Blue Bond, or you were around parading saying, this is something good for Belize, the lady right beside you had told you how long the negotiations were going on, right there in the meeting, public stage. These negotiations were going on and the lady turned around, Prime Minister, what is it, 1 year and a half, 2 years? When you were just in government for 2 months? Come on. So give credit where credit is due, but that is water under the bridge. The debt has been renegotiated. We are at a stage now where we have the fiscal space to borrow, and I am in agreement with making sure that we make loans that make sense, and this one does, but it has to make sure, we have to make sure that we get the best bang for our buck. And so I don't know who was involved in negotiating it. Sometimes these things come to the National Assembly. Sometimes it comes here after the fact. Things have already been agreed. But my experience in working with the IDB and with the CDB and so on is that if you're not happy with what they're giving you, you need strong leadership to negotiate and renegotiate. I think the Minister of of infrastructure appointed to that, you have to go back and you tell them, no, I don't want this. And it's not every person who comes and offers us a loan, because Belize is a hot item right now. It's a hot item. Everybody wants to lend money when you have the fiscal space to do so. The blue bonds allowed us some fiscal space. The renegotiation of the Petro-Carib funds, loans, again gave us some fiscal space. You spoke about the debt to GDP ratio falling. Of course it did. So now, you see, I just gone over how the blue bond come about, you know. But my point is that yes, it's a hot item. Everybody wants to lend you, and we need to be careful. Now, the actual terms of the loan are not something that we can complain about. The interest rate, the grace period, all of that. So that is not my point. In fact, I started off by saying that I'm absolutely going to support these loans, but I want to make sure, Madam Speaker, that the government understands that if we're not getting the best bang for our buck, otherwise we'll come back here like the leader of the opposition said, you know, after the 25 million for immigration has been, we are no better off. And that has to do again with what I've said. The people there at the bottom don't get the resources that they need in order to participate in this. Then people with a line up, not got no computer. In fact, even when they're applying for a visa in the to go to the United States, they have to go to some kind of consultant who then puts in all that information in a computer for them and charges them an amount of money to do that. We want to make sure that our people don't have to do that. And these programs and these loans and these monies that we're borrowing really ought to be targeting them. So I make that appeal. We had initiatives in the school to make sure we bridge the digital divide. I haven't heard anything about that kind of initiative recently, except for one that was rebranded with Digi. But we need more of these initiatives. That's a good place to start. When we get our children on board in the classrooms with technology, they go home and they share it with their families, and that helps us to lower the divide. I'll say one more thing, Madam Speaker, not really having to do with the motion, but it was brought up by the Prime Minister in the last. And I say this because, in fact, it does connect. And I'll tell you how, Madam Speaker. If we don't see the connection between unemployment and the hardships that our people face, with not being able to afford the technology and get into the technology and do these things, if we don't see that, then we're missing the boat. And when the Prime Minister describes the unemployment situation, I was taken aback. That, to me, we've got to be more responsible in terms of, and accurate in terms of dealing with the unemployment situation in this country. There is no way that unemployment has fallen from, what was it, 30-something%, you said, Prime Minister, to 5%. If this is the kind of ghost we're seeing, then something is wrong. And my friend from Dangriga is a very learned economist, and I know that he knows these things very well. But the fancy words using, what did you call it? The formal markets and non-formal markets for people to work and people who are unemployable. So you don't count the people who are unemployable. You're not counting the people who are washing cars and all of that, because they're in it. All of those people contribute to the negative aspects of our economy. And all of those people not working, all of those people not being able to access the technology, all of those people not being able to access the financial institutions, tools that they have for them to advance their own lives, will not translate into what we're trying to achieve with this loan and the others. So we need to be very, very careful. I have a degree in economics, you know, Prime Minister, I wouldn't know sometimes, because I don't try to pontificate, and Henry Charles was the member for Pickstock was my classmate in sixth form. Servolo was our teacher, by the way. I don't know what that says, Henry, but you know. But so, no, I'm saying that these things matter. You can't just throw around. Unemployment is a very serious matter. And we can't play politics with that and paint that pretty just because we want to score political points. So we need to be dealing with these matters and dealing with them seriously. Madam Speaker, I support this loan motion.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to briefly stand in support of this loan motion, which will definitely add and great benefits to the government work in achieving its national digital agenda. And I'm sure my colleague who is not here today would have been able to expand on some of the concerns raised by the member for Collett. But just for me to, in my support, mention that through the Ministry of E-Governance, as far as I recall and know that has been ongoing, there is work in looking in those rural communities, Honorable Member, where through the Department of Youth Services, along with E-Governance, we're also looking at training young persons. At this point in time, I know that there are plans to develop some digital centers in many of these rural communities. But it's not just to build a facility and put in computers, but it's also going to have the capacity building within the rural communities to allow for those type of things you just raised in terms of allowing people in the rural community to be able to access these facilities, to be able to fill out these e-governance forms and so, as in the passport. It is all about trying to get our people more into the technological world. But definitely, I do support this motion. I think it's something that will definitely benefit the Belizean people as we achieve the goals that set out in the National Digital Agenda. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Bigstock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I promised myself when I ran for election that I wouldn't come and disgrace this honorable house. Now, I've sat here for 2 years, and I've listened over and over as the leader of the opposition insults the Prime Minister. And I want to ask him what gives him that authority to do so.
You need to sit, member, and you need to state your point of order, member for Mesopotamia. It's on.
Yes, relevance, Madam Speaker. This is a loan motion. This is not about rules and regulations in the House committee that govern decorum and behavior. We're debating a loan motion, Madam Speaker.
Point taken. Member for Bigstock, we are on the loan motion, you were saying?
I'm going to speak on the loan motion. But when he says that the previous Prime Minister for the PUP is more intelligent and more articulate and all of that thing, I don't think that is necessary. Because truly what gives him that authority to say anything like that, and him know if he graduate from high school.
No, member.
So to the loan motion.
No, member, wait 1 second.
No.
Wait,
no.
Member.
But you didn't say anything to him, Madam Speaker.
Member for Bigstock, I will say something when I think it has crossed the standing orders criteria. All I ask is that you respect my ruling. And no, member, you can't tell me no. I have the authority in this house. All I ask is I will give some leeway, but I cannot go overboard. I recognize the politics from outside sometimes will creep in here, and I appreciate the efforts for it not to overtake the House where we are not actually addressing the matter at hand. I recognize the balance when it occurs, and when it goes over, I try to correct it. That's all. You can continue on the contribution on the loan motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this loan motion. Spending about 13 or 14 years in telecoms, I understand and I know that the mobile devices that we use every day have changed the lives of many people. Now, when the other side says that people don't have access to these things, that is untrue. If memory serves me right, the penetration rate for mobile devices in this country is over 90%. The per megabyte rate for data now is less than 1 cent, offered by both mobile companies in this country. So people now have access. So government has to keep pace with the growth and development and expansion with the whole technological age that we are experiencing. It has truly disrupted our lives. So 24/7, 365, we have access to everything in this world, your bank account, every single thing. And so it is important for us to keep pace. They also said that the immigration department has gone backwards. In fact, I don't know if former or still ranking member of the UDP boasted on social media that it was the most efficient experience that she had when she went to the immigration department. And so I don't know what they're talking about, but I support this loan motion because it will improve the quality of life and the accessibility for key people all across this country. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Kaya South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just, I listened to the member from Colette explaining about the rural communities. And yes, the rural communities, we might not have access to all the computers that we might need to have. But as the member from Pickstock recently mentioned, everybody have a cell phone now in rural community that has access to all the data that is available. And the mobile phones that we are now using, they are much better than the computers I used in my time. They have more power, they have more access, you can access the banks, I mean, we can do a transfer from any account on your phone sitting right here in a couple minutes. And so the digitization of the system is to also help the rural communities have direct access to our systems. And yes, the member from Colette is saying that they might need some more training. And yes, the truth is that they have to go to people at times that set up businesses to be able to assist them to access, but it's easier if they do it in their hometowns or in their villages than have to come to Belmopan or Belize City to access these services. Member from Colette, in Kaya South, it's a little bit different because our villages are very close to Belmopan, so the access to an urban area is a bit easier for us, but my colleagues from the South, for their people to access the services in Belmopan or Belize City becomes a major, major problem. They get up at 4 in the morning to reach an office that would have their doors closed, and then the whole day is destroyed. The whole amount of money that they spend back and forth. And so they do it 1 or 2 times, Madam Speaker, and they get frustrated, and then they can't get access to the service that they need. So I understand what you're saying, and we recognize that problem, but this is a step forward. Another thing what the mobile phones does for us is it gives us access to information. A person in a rural community would know if you're a real doctor or not. A person from a rural community definitely knows when you're a farce, because the internet allows you to garner that information right in your hand. And so when you sign a document as a doctor and you're not, people know it in Toledo, people know it in Kaya South. That is what technology does. It opens the eyes of everybody. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to this loan motion. And Madam Speaker, my reason for doing so is because I believe that this motion is very important, particularly in the context of where we are today, living in a very technological age, and where it is important for people across this country and really across the world to be able to access services in a very timely and efficient manner. And Madam Speaker, I want to speak specifically to what are the two components, what are the components of this loan motion. And I particularly like the fact that it says to promote the growth of firms, especially women-led MSMEs. I think that this is important, Madam Speaker. Our commitment under Plan Belize was that we are going to empower our women. And I see, particularly because I represent the rural area, it is very important, and we have across this country women who are engaged in various productive activities. But they need support. They need support particularly to be able to, research, to be able to improve whatever activities they are engaged, whatever economic activities. They need technology to be able to promote and to market their products. So this, I believe, is something that can significantly help, especially our women in the rural areas. I also like the fact that it speaks to promoting the efficiency of firms through digitization of licensing processes and to reduce the cost for citizens through the digitization of civil registration services. Madam Speaker, I represent a constituency where I have 28 villages. And to a great extent, we still have more than 10 villages in my constituency that do not have access to electricity. But I'm happy to report that under this government, under Plan Belize, we are working very diligently with our stakeholders, with our donors. The government of Belize is working diligently to ensure that we can bring electricity to these rural communities. And currently, as we speak, there is a project that, yes, it has been delayed, but it is on stream, and pretty soon you're going to have 3 communities, Medina Bank, Golden Stream, and Indian Creek, that will have access to electricity. That is a major plus. We also have, Madam Speaker, in the pipeline, where we are currently engaged in our rural communities through the FPIC process to bring electricity, if that is the wish of the communities, I can say that yes, that is the wishes of those communities. For San Vicente, for Halacte, for San Benito Poite, and we are currently speaking to Dolores as well. So this is going to improve the lives of our people, and once electricity is there, then it means that you can have access to telephone and internet services. So if we tie in this activity under this loan motion, it all seeks to improve the lives of our rural people. And I want to go to the example that the honorable member from Cayo South raised. When you consider the rural people, they get up very early, and they have to travel so many miles to access a birth paper, to be able to deal with land issues, or to be able to apply for a passport. It's very costly. And currently, through the Ministry of Public Utilities, I know that we're engaged in discussions. In fact, we have visited at least 2 sites in the Toledo district where the plan is to establish at least 1 digital center in the first phase. And I am certain that with that being put in place, there is the plan to expand that. Now, what is it that we envision under this plan, Madam Speaker, in creating this digital center? That people will be able to come to a centralized area. It's not going to be too far. It's not going to cost them so much as if they have to come to Belmopan or to Belize City, and they will be able to access all government services online. That is significant. That is going to reduce time, that is going to reduce cost, and it is going to provide an opportunity for our rural people to be able to access services that they need. Particularly, as I said, our women and our young people. So, Madam Speaker, this is a great initiative. I heard the member from Collet speak to the issues that particularly he's concerned that, the rank and file get those services. And yes, I agree. But I am certain that in the execution of this project, Madam Speaker, that this loan motion seeks to address, that those are the issues that are going to be addressed. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that this is a good initiative. I support it, and I urge that side to support it. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Sorry, Prime Minister, I'll be brief. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this loan motion as the Minister of Public Service. I just wanted to say that this is part of our modernization exercise happening in the public service right now. And certainly I don't need to repeat what my colleagues on this side have said, and taking into account what the member from College said when it comes to these IFIs and the way that they disperse funds and the way they try to dictate terms. We certainly want to make sure that the purpose of these funds, they go towards making the public service as efficient, as effective as possible. Part of the component is the training of our public officers to make sure that they are sensitized, that they know how to handle this new system that is coming on stream, and I think that's important as well. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to rise and support the motion. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will not waste time with answering many of the falsehoods, yes, untruths that the leader of the opposition just said, but if it would make him feel like a big man to attack me personally, please go ahead. I've been in politics for 30 years, so that does not bother me for a moment. So please proceed. Please proceed. Go ahead. That will make you feel like a big man. But just a slight correction. We did not borrow 35 million US nor $25 million US. We borrowed 20 million Belize. And we were forced to borrow to be able, because the system that we inherited from the previous government was archaic, it was obsolete, it was not working, we were running out of passports, and so we had no other option but to do it. But despite what has happened, is not that Belizeans are excited about this passport because it has the biometrics and it makes it easier for traveling worldwide. And so Belizeans are rushing the passports. So the first amount, I think they got about 10,000. I think it's 10,000 as the first batch. And we expected that would have lasted for some time. But people are rushing it, and because we're so efficient, we've been producing them very fast. Now that we're running out, the Minister of Immigration has explained to Cabinet that we have ordered more passports. But the issue is, or the challenge is that now you no longer order just paper. These are embedded with a microchip. And as you all know, I'm sure all of us are aware, that there's a worldwide shortage of microchips. And that is why it's taking a bit longer to be able to get these passports. It has nothing to do that the system is not good. It's because the system is so good and everybody wants new modern passports that we did not foresee that we'd have had so many people coming to get their passports. Madam Speaker, I generally agree pretty much most of what the Honourable Member from College said. And he is right when we have to say we have to make sure that we get value for money. And that's exactly what we're ensuring that we are going through meticulously in how we're going about in borrowing these monies. But we have an aggressive agenda. And we're almost at halfway mark of our term. So we have to make sure that we're doing everything possible to be able to catch up and to deliver as much as what we have in Plan Belize, but it also has to be cautiously and ensuring that the plans that we have will be able to work. You mentioned about the issue that people don't have bank accounts. Well, an interesting thing, I participated in a panel discussion about emerging markets in Wall Street, when at the stock exchange, sorry. And a very important point was made what was done in India by Prime Minister Modi, that in about 4 years, he managed to get about 800 million Indians, citizens, into getting a national ID. But he did pretty much 4 things. One, he did roll out the national ID. Secondly, he ensured that everybody would be able to, because you do the digital ID, he opened a bank account for them immediately. So everybody have their bank account. Thirdly, then he did ensure that now many of these people in rural areas that did not have a phone, that they could get a phone so that they could access the bank. And fourthly, they come up with what they call digital money. As it is right now, I think Belize Bank is the national bank. I think Atlantic Bank is about to launch, and a number of them are, even BTL have what they call the digital wallet. But the central bank, as it is right now, is also working on one that the government will be able to support, and hopefully we could have one digital wallet that everybody could use. Then that would make it easier for the people that are washing cars and land mowing and everything. And when I said that, I did not in any way said it in any way trying to be insulting to these people, because they are generally earning a good livelihood. But they have not registered in the system. When we look at the fiscal incentives amendment that we're doing, that's going to be to address that very same thing, because we want now to provide to them certain incentives so that then they could register into the system, then become a part of the formal system, and then would allow them to be able to open a bank account and be able to access the financial institution. So all of this is tied in together. You just can't do one by itself and think it's going to work. We have to do all of them, and all of them are going to be joining. And there's one more important aspect about digitizing government services that we have not spoken about the elephant in the room, is the issue of corruption. In many instances, and I say this with great care, because I don't want to pick a fight with the Public Service Union, but in many instances, there are a number of corrupt officers in the system that, unless if you entice them with a gift, your paper get lost, your paper no move. But once it's digitized, they no longer be able to do that, because then it's in a queue. And then it will not only be efficient and effective and transparent, but it will also help us to be able to combat something that all of us in this room agree to, that we need to be able to curb corruption in government. That said, Madam Speaker, I move the motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
This is the Inter-American Development Bank Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Belize, US $15 million loan motion 2023. This motion has been circulated to all members, and therefore, with your permission, not to repeat their recitals, I move now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly improve, that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth among MSMEs in 2 of Belize's main economic sectors, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Again, as for an explanation, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, and we spoke about it earlier about the small people, the MSMEs, no? My administration is committed to doing all we can to improve small businesses or MSMEs and small farmers' competitiveness. Because a lot of times our farmers are not competitive enough. And it's not only about being competitive, but also they have to be climate resilient. They need to know how is it that they could now plant with the climate change that we are now facing, and at the same time also to be environmental sustainable. Through this loan, government will provide direct support to farmers, agricultural groups, and small businesses for sustainable and inclusive development. Farmers will receive capacity development in farm management that will include, one, the elaboration and implementation of farm plans. As I now said, one of the, as a quick example, Madam Speaker, a few weeks ago, I think some farmers from Corozal were crying out that during the Christmas, onions were imported. And now that their onions are ready to be sold, there are still onions in the market. And Minister of Agriculture had to point out that unless if they report to the Ministry of Agriculture that, in August, I am going to be producing X amount of onions, the ministry has to plan out. They cannot afford to wait last minute when there are no more onions to be able to issue a permit. And so this is a part of the planning process of how they will also be able to connect directly to the Ministry of Agriculture so that everybody knows what everybody is doing and what is the production and when the production is expected. Second, also, we need to provide basic accounting. How many times have you seen farmers and even small businesses, they open a business and suddenly the farmer sell, their onions and they get $10,000. All of a sudden say, what, I got money? And they go and then they say, I'll carry my family to a trip to America, and spend on $2,000, $3,000. And then I think I need to fix the house or buy a fridge. Or when they notice, they stay with $2,000 or $3,000 and then they realize that, hold on, I don't have enough money to be able to continue my business to replant. In this instance, we want to ensure that they could understand the basic accounting as to not all the money you get you could spend. You have to leave to reinvest back into the work that you're doing. And thirdly is be able for them to have market access. I kind of spoke about that a little bit earlier when we said you have to ensure that they can access the local market and eventually we'll be able to grow them into a size that we'll be able then to access markets in the Caribbean and quite likely in Central America, well, El Salvador or Guatemala and Mexico. But we're also going to go one step further, about for training. We want to have the eligible farmers will also be getting what we call a green innovation vouchers, in effect financing, that they can use to invest in climate smart and environmentally sustainable inputs and equipment. To be able to support farm diversification, agroforestry, good practices in soil and water management. And we have this belief that we have a lot of water. Well, we don't have a lot. We have to be careful how we use the water that we have. And also the substitution for chemically synthesized fertilizers and pesticides, among other things. Again, we want to go green. A lot of these chemicals that we use into our inputs are not only killing the ground and even poisoning our water, but they're also poisoning individuals or people. This loan will also support the development of sustainable and inclusive agri-food markets by providing assistance in the preparation and implementation of green agri-business plans for farmers and MSMEs. Funds from this loan will also be used to provide technical assistance and direct financing of up to $15,000 to small businesses in the tourism sector to assist in the development of sustainable tourism business plans. No, I think I need to take a very quick break, Madam Speaker, just to take the opportunity to be able to congratulate the Minister of Tourism and the CEO, the people in the Ministry of Tourism and BTB, that in just over 2 years, we have surpassed the best record the UDP had in January of 2019. This January, they had more visitors in Belize than what the UDP had in January, in any month of January during their time. So and that not happened by chance. It happens because there was a plan. There was a plan. The IMF was saying that it would take us more than 3 years to be able to get back on our feet, and here we've done it in a little over 2 years. Madam Speaker, the data analysis by the Statistical Institute of Belize, or the SIB, indicate that as much as, listen to this, as much as 93% of all businesses established in Belize are micro, small, or medium-sized enterprises. There are very little big businesses in Belize. In other words, small businesses represent not only the backbone of our economy, but the lifeblood of it. My administration has demonstrated our firm commitment and support for small business and that entrepreneurial spirit of the Belizean people. To this end, over the past year, our government has embarked on a national MSME roadshow, something that has never been done before, to encourage and support small businesses. Through this effort, we have not only sought to educate small businesses as to the opportunities that this government can facilitate, but we have also listened to them, especially the micro-enterprises, to understand the common challenges that they face. And we have listened, and we have acted upon what we have learned. This US $15 million loan will be complementary to the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023, which I'll be explaining shortly in greater detail, and to our government's overall investment policy in supporting small businesses, in particularly in this instance, the tourism and the agricultural sectors. As I said, Madam Speaker, this bill has, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the member for Collett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, we cannot, on this side, argue about the intent of this loan motion. I think it is something that is very needed, help for our farmers to be more productive and for them to do much more sustainable, climate-friendly farming. And I thank the Prime Minister for his explanation, because indeed that was necessary. I heard him say that there is going to be technical support training, which I think is very important. Financial training, I think is very important for not, you know, that's a topic, Madam Speaker, that I think the government on a whole, or this country on a whole, needs to be more engaged in. Financial literacy. A lot of people, I listened as the Prime Minister said, some of these farmers, after they sell their product, they take the monies and they do other things personally in their homes and so on, and they can't replenish the stock, so to speak. That is the everyday story of the small man on the street as well. Even the man who washes cars. You have to buy soap and pay for water, and sometimes you go home after you make that money and you don't put money aside for the following day. So financial literacy is very important. Our mutual friend, Prime Minister Dr. Carol Bob, of course, is rejoicing right now because this is something that is dear to her. I know you are aware of Dr. Bob's efforts as well to promote financial literacy, Minister from Pickstock. But that is very important. But again, Madam Speaker, while we support this motion, I feel that it is important, again, for us to sound the word of caution. The Prime Minister spoke about elements of corruption in the public service when we dealt with the last loan motion that had to do with the digitizing of the services of the government. But there is a lot of corruption. In fact, and again, not to go back and hark on this, but there were these initiatives before. The Small Farmers Bank, which we know went belly up, and monies disappeared. There have been programs that support our farmers over the many years and that target to do the same things. And then these monies are spent. We end up owing these monies to the institutions that lend to us, and then we're no better off. So we have to be cautious. You spoke, Prime Minister, about agricultural innovative financial support. Is that what it's called? So that, in effect, the farmers are going to be given financial support. Apart from the technical training, they will get monies in their hands. And there needs to be, it's not to say that you're not supposed to trust people, but in effect, sometimes people get monies, and especially if they are already experiencing financial troubles, the monies might not see itself into the productivity of the initiative. So we want to make sure that there are the right guards in place to make sure that what we are seeking to do with these monies that are borrowed and that we have to pay back, that those monies are being used in the right way. And that has to mean as well, I note that, well, the minister is not here, the Minister of Agriculture, but has to mean as well some kind of support, and I'm hoping that it is there somewhere and it's not mentioned today, for the technical staff of the Ministry of Agriculture and the government ministries that are involved, because they will have to be the watchdogs, if you will, of all elements of this program. And sometimes we've heard this from various elements of the government. We don't have the right tools, the right vehicles, the right personnel sometimes to go and to police these things, to make sure that we're getting bang for a buck. So I'm hoping that that is the case. And of course, I urge the government to stay on top of these issues. The same caution applies again. Sometimes these monies that are loaned to us come with their own specifications from the lending agencies. Let us try to get the most of it. That's not an exaggerated point, you know. Like millions of dollars I've seen where they come in and they tell you, well, and they do it craftily sometimes. They tell you, well, you have to do a bidding process to see who will qualify to do this. And consultants, only consultants from XYZ are qualifying to do it. So that boxes out a lot of the local people who could do it. And then you have to hire somebody from outside who will take one good 20-25% of the proceeds of the loan in order for you to pay them off over time. So I'm hoping that this kind of motion is void of that kind of thing, and that we can truly get the best bang for a buck. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo Northeast.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this loan motion. Certainly, what the Prime Minister mentioned is certainly what our ministry also from Sustainable Development is looking forward to also work along with the Ministry of Agriculture to see how we can partner and assist. Certainly the issue of agroforestry, we have an agroforestry policy, and certainly now it is time to put it into action, to put in some implementation. Madam Speaker, the issue of land use change, it has to be incorporated. This program will, as Prime Minister mentioned, assist these farmers who have been using lands for years and have now become unproductive to start to plant some trees. Like, we know the new industry coming up with coconuts, other plants, and to make these degraded lands productive. As a matter of fact, our ministry has a program called the Bun Challenge, where we will be planting and restoring about 130,000 hectares of land, of which some of those will be degraded lands. Our livestock farmers certainly need to start incorporating silvopastoral systems into their pastures. Pastures are really monocrops, but by putting in trees, they will be able to get further from it to feed their livestock and certainly build some resilience around their pastures. Prime Minister spoke about the resiliency of the soils, reducing pollution, especially to groundwater. And I just want to mention that in 1987, Madam Speaker, a study was done where we were looking at the availability of water, potable drinking water, clean water for Belizeans, and it was estimated that each Belizean had about 94 tons of water per person per year. In 2017, that number has gone down to 45 tons of water per person per year in Belize. So that's a drastic change in just about 30 years. I want to mention, Madam Speaker, in support also that in our participation and cooperation with the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Sustainable Development next week is hosting the 20 by 20 initiative in San Pedro, where we'll be having more than 200 persons participating, getting ministers from South America, Central America, and the Caribbean who will be participating in this initiative because we are looking at the restoration program, looking at how we can start looking at implementing that one challenge for the commitments that we have made under the United Nations programs. Certainly, I certainly support this loan motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And again, I'll be just brief and I agree. We can't continue to make the same mistakes that were done before. I'm having to ensure that this money is being well spent, and that's why we're taking great care in putting different committees to ensure that this is done well. And it's not a matter that the farmer or the small business will get 15,000. It could be up to, but and secondly, we're not going to just give them a check and say, here, go and spend this money. It has to be done in stages, in phases as you go about doing your investment. And lastly, financial literacy. It's important not only for small businesses or even those that you say, like you said, the people that are washing cars, but it's also important for all citizens. Many people, they get their paycheck and they just go and spend it all and put up some for a rainy day or for sickness or for investment into the house or whatever it is. So, and I must commend Ms. Bab. I know everybody refer to her as Dr. Bab, I refer to her as Ms. Bab. That's why we've been friends for many, many years, despite our political differences. And that's something that she has been promoting, and especially also through the Puerto Rico Credit Union. And I wish that we could have more people doing that kind of work, promoting financial literacy to our people, so we could be more responsible in how we manage our monies. Madam Speaker, I urge support from both sides of the House for this loan motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion... I recognize the honorable members. That motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of the Honorable House to have this motion be taken through all its stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following motions pass this day. 1, appointment of Ombudsman Motion 2023. 2, Inter-American Development Bank Trade and Investment Facilitation Program for Belize, US $8 million loan motion 2023. 3, Inter-American Development Bank Program for Digital Innovation to Boost Economic Development in Belize, US $10 million loan motion 2023. And 4, Inter-American Development Bank Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Belize, US $15 million loan motion 2023. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend today's sitting to enable the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee and the Finance and Economic Development Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lay on the table sessional papers starting with number HR 146/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank Trade and Investment Facilitation Program for Belize, US $8 million loan motion 2023. Number HR 147/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank Program for Digital Innovation to Boost Economic Development in Belize, US $10 million loan motion 2023. And number HR 148/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank Program for Sustainable and Inclusive Belize, US $15 million loan motion 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
It's an honor to have you in the chair, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 149/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the appointment of Ombudsman motion 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House recommends that Major Herman Gilbert Swazo, retired, be appointed as Ombudsman for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st day of January 2023.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honorable House recommends that Major Herman Gilbert Swazo be appointed as Ombudsman for a period of 3 years with effect from the first day of January 2023. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to transform the external sector through diversification, attract more diverse foreign direct investment, integration, facilitating trade with neighboring countries, and innovation, promoting positive spillovers of FDI, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that the Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its effort to transform an external sector through diversification, interrogation, and innovation, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued efforts to drive economic growth in Belize by promoting digital innovations in order to achieve its vision for Belize to become a digital economy, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continued effort to drive economic growth in Belize by promoting digital innovations in order to achieve the vision for Belize to become a digital economy, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth among MSMEs in two of Belize's main economic sectors, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its efforts to support sustainable and inclusive economic growth among MSMEs in two of Belize's main economic sectors, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Financial Services Commission Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, I did, but let me repeat once again. The Financial Services Commission was previously known as the International Financial Services Commission, was established in 1999. From its inception in 1999, the role and the powers of the Financial Services Commission have been progressively expanded to provide the necessary powers to ensure the proper regulations of the non-bank financial services sector, which included the offshore sector in Belize. Members will recall that more recently, the Commission's responsibilities were further expanded to include one, the development of the securities industry in Belize. This was done with the passage of the Securities Industry Act in 2021, and two, the Belize Companies and Corporate Affairs Registry, with the enactment of the Belize Companies Act, where we combine everything under as one, the Belize Companies Act 2022. Although the earlier amendments to the Financial Services Commission Act, or the FSCA, which in effect is legislation that governs the Commission, would have been captured in the 2020 exercise to consolidate the substantive laws. Several other consequential amendments were made thereafter by the securities, for instance, such as the Securities Industry Act and the Belize Companies Act. What resulted from all this, Madam Speaker, was a haphazard user experience, because those in the industry have to maneuver between different interpretations or different amendments. So if they're looking at the International Financial Services Commission Act, and then they want to do something on the Companies Act, then they have to go to another piece of legislation, and so they're all over the place. So what we're doing now is simply to present a legislation that confirms the legislative style of Belize. We are arranging and organizing the legislation to make the reading and comprehension of the subject, less tedious, easier, because everything will be together as opposed to trying to find different pieces of legislation or amendments. The result of this will be a more comprehensive and structured piece of legislation and a more user-friendly experience. As well, the bill before the House today will help to strengthen the regulatory powers of the Commission and introduces a number of key provisions to address key deficiencies identified during various assessments by a number of international organizations, such as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, or the CFAC. This is the regional body that ensures effective implementation and compliance of international anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism and proliferation, the AML and stroke CFT standards, and the International Organization of Securities Commission, the IOSCO, with the recent addition of oversight for the securities industries to the Commission's responsibility. Belize's compliance with the recommendations and standards of these international organizations, they are the ones that set the standards. It's imperative to ensure that we remain off any blacklist or sanctions that could prove to be detrimental to Belize. Likewise, the modernizing of the company's law framework in Belize in the form of the Belize Companies Act, which brought the Belize Companies and Corporate Affairs Registry under the full control of the Commission, made it necessary to further amend the Financial Services Commission Act to provide the Commission with the necessary powers to address issues that may arise in the administration and enforcement of the Belize Companies Act, and by extension, the online business registry system, which we launched on the 28th of October, 2022. With the launch of the online business registry system, or the OBRS, new categories of practitioners and service providers who will require licenses to operate in this sphere were established. The Financial Services Commissioner would not have previously made provisions for this, and it would therefore need to be amended to follow for full regulatory and enforcement powers. So in effect, we'll have to do another amendment to the bill. So in effect, we're introducing a new bill where we're putting everything together and making the necessary changes for the other services that have been put under the Financial Services Commission. Among the other provisions, the bill makes specific provisions with a view to ensure the effectiveness and transparent administration of the Commission. In light of the rigorous international assessments and standards, the bill also introduces more robust powers to the Commission to allow for restraining, entering, inspecting, and any other required regulatory powers necessary to ensure effective compliance and verification of such requirements by licensees. Madam Speaker, I know that these may appear to be extraordinary powers, but they are necessary and needed to be embedded in the legislation to ensure the legal ability of the Commission to exercise its regulatory powers effectively and with the full ambit of the law. Furthermore, with the imminent fourth round mutual evaluation conducted by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force set forth later this year, which I mentioned earlier this morning, the bill was rigorously reviewed by the external expert who is leading the charge for Belize's preparation and effectiveness. In light of this, additional areas such as requirements for the approval of compliance officers, as well as approval for corporate compliance, were introduced to ensure conformity with international standards. Another pertinent addition has been the restriction of advertisements in relation to an activity or services that is licensed by the Commission, especially considering recent industry activity. A sunset clause has now been added in relation to the activity of the virtual asset service providers, or the VSPS. This was a necessary measure that had to be in place before Belize's mutual evaluation assessment to ensure that not having this clause in the existing regulation specific to the VASPs would not negatively affect our rating. The adoption of this bill will move the Commission in line with best international standards and obligations, provide an arsenal of regulatory powers that are bulletproof and necessary, and ensures the integrity and compliance of the jurisdiction and the industry. Furthermore, these amendments present the Commission as an effective and forward-thinking regulator, which signals that Belize is a jurisdiction from which firm of substance and good reputation can conduct and promote good business. Madam Speaker, again, as I said earlier, when we introduced the bill, it has the support of the Cabinet. I know it is a very, very technical bill, and it requires a lot of studying, and even myself, I would not declare myself an expert, but it requires tedious work from accountants and lawyers and experts. We even had to bring in an expert from abroad to help us to be able to put this together. I urge, Madam Speaker, it's something that whilst we are modernizing and trying to put things together, it also has to do part of the compliance that is required from us by the OECD and the US and other countries. So in effect, we don't have really no choice in putting all of this together. So I ask for the support, and I hope that both sides of the Honorable House can support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, to obviously offer my support for this bill, but also to make a plea to the Prime Minister that while the territories continue to move the goalposts, which forces us to hire consultants and to keep coming to this National Assembly to initiate new pieces of legislation so that we can be in compliance. It may be helpful, Madam Speaker, if at some point, because it is a very complex issue and continues to get more complex, as the Prime Minister puts it, we seek to modernize our regulatory framework. I would like to ask the Prime Minister that at some point when we hire these consultants and we bring them in and they work with the technical people to put these pieces of legislation together, that they take some time to update members of the National Assembly who may have an interest, so we can have a better understanding of what is expected of Belize and what may be coming down the road. These consultants don't only work in our jurisdiction, Madam Speaker. They work in other jurisdictions that are far more advanced than we are in Belize. And hopefully they can anticipate some of the expectations and requirements as we prepare for this audit exercise in December, as the Prime Minister put it, and to have us really understand not only the complexities, but what happens to us as a jurisdiction if we have to be blacklisted as a result of not meeting the letter of the law. So, Prime Minister, it's a simple request that we use the opportunity when our consultants come in to sensitize and inform and hopefully educate some of us who may be particularly interested in the implications for Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier before the House meeting, I was speaking with the Honorable Member from Albert, and we were talking about some of these very changes. And both of us lamenting that these developed countries, the minute we are catching up on them, they change the goalposts. Actually, they were the ones that encourage countries like Belize to go into the offshore industry. I know that we're getting it very well and competing against them, then start to change the goalposts. It's ironic that the country that offers the most when it comes to these IBCs, or international business companies, is the United States of America, the one that's making the most noise about money laundering and terrorism and all of these things. I mean, you could go to Delaware and other states where you could immediately open up a company and almost have a free-for-all, and which is so ironic. I have offered also to the honorable member from Albert, and I'll say it publicly, that then those that are interested, maybe I could ask Mr. Hillock to arrange a day and just send out an invitation to anyone that would want to visit his office so that he can walk us through what all they are doing. The anticipation is that by bringing in an expert that already knows what has been done out there in other countries and what is expected of us, that this expert is helping us to make the necessary we're helping putting this bill together that will be able to meet the standards or the requirements from the peer review that will take place in December. I think in June, I think they'll come and do a quick walkthrough to see where we are, what are the things that we have to catch up. This includes works not only from the Financial Services Commission, it includes work from the Central Bank and also from the Financial Intelligence Unit. So all of them have to be working, and it's a tremendous amount of work. I mean, as I said earlier, lamenting that we're spending a lot of resources, a lot of money that we could have been using elsewhere, but we don't make the rules, we have to live by the rules, and that is where we're introducing this whole new piece of legislation in anticipation of the changes that are required from us by the OECD and other countries. That's it, Madam Speaker. I move the debate.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Service Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is a Credit Reporting Bill 2023. I move the second reading for a bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer protection information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Wherever you go in other countries, Madam Speaker, in most countries they have a credit bureau, and people are very careful in making sure that they take care that they have what they call good credit, especially many Belizeans, if they are asked, they have families that live in the United States, how important it is to be able to maintain good credit. Now, unfortunately, in Belize, we have not done so. And the idea is by having this reporting, this credit reporting bill will pass into legislation, it will allow us to be able to set up a credit reporting system. I think what the most important thing from this credit reporting system, and it's something that the Honourable Member from Colette brought up earlier this morning, is that what about the small man? What about the small women? What about the small business people that do not have big collateral or don't have a credit history with the banks? What about them? What is it that we can do for them to be able to have access to the financial services, to the banking system, or go to courts to be able to get credit, or to any other store? These businesses would rather give to somebody when no have collateral and got money, because then should something go wrong, they can go after them. But the small man, because they have no credit history, then can't borrow. And I know the Honourable Member from Fort George would know what I'm speaking to, because they do a lot of work with the credit union, with a small man to be able, or a woman, to be able to make small loans for them. By putting this in place, then it would allow even those people, the small businesses that have no really credit history, once the credit bureaus or the reporting systems, a business then would be able to check and say, you know what, Henry Osha have good credit. You don't have no record that it bad creditor. That in effect would then allow this person to be able to get credit at a cheaper price. Because a lot of there's small people, but I hate using the word small people, but that do not have collateral. As in many instances, they take advantage of them because they can do better than charging a higher interest rate. And a lot of times what they do, they don't have access to the financial institutions, so they go to the pawn shop. And then the pawn shops charge them exorbitant credits, which is really criminal in many instances. We don't want to be personal. I said many, and I say, okay, I could make that clear. But the point that I'm trying to make is that by doing this, then people that do not have access to the financial institutions because they do not have a bad credit record, then can go to these institutions, they can go to the courts of Belize or to the other businesses to get credit because they have a good credit history. So, but as you can simply, basically that's what we're doing, ensuring that now that through this credit reporting system, that there's going to be records so that then businesses can find out who are the people that you could give credit to, and especially to the small people that do not have access. I urge support from both sides of this honorable house, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly, I rise to support, yes, as the Prime Minister said. I think it's important to understand that this bill is not something new. It has been talked about. It was introduced many years ago. It kind of just languished for a while. But the time is overdue for this type of mechanism to be in place in Belize. Most of the financial institutions, or all the financial institutions, operate on a risk-based lending method now, where they look at the risk of the borrower. They make sure that the borrower is someone that is credit worthy, and this just adds the information of that particular borrower in terms of their ability to repay the loan. So it's the more the information, the more the financial institutions will be willing to lend to this particular individual. And I think it's important that it also assists in terms of access to finance, as the Prime Minister said, because it's important that those persons who don't have collateral, don't have real estate or chattels to be able to be mortgaged, that their credit history also serves to assist them in getting financing. So definitely this bill is supported. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister to close.
I think, Madam Speaker, and know that the honorable member from Fort George said that this is something that has been on the work for many, many years, and it's just now here we're getting it done. It would be remiss of me if I do not recognize Mr. Underwood, who was one of the first that have been out loud in trying to set up this system. So I think he's certainly, at least his dream is going to come through the having the credit reporting bill come into legislation. I move to second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for a fair and accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this is a good example where we're talking about that we just not a borrow for borrow's sake. Because the two previous motions, loan motions that we passed earlier, or we've put so far, is has to do in trying to create incentives and opportunities for our small, our micro, small, and medium enterprises. But just giving these monies and access to loans or to training, technical advice, is certainly not enough. We need to go to the next step, and this is what this bill is doing. The existing Fiscal Incentive Act was designed to encourage genuine local and foreign investments in Belize, and these are big businesses, by offering import duty exemptions and tax holidays to lessen the cost of starting up for new companies or for reinvestments. The Act provides both existing and new investors with a legal and fiscal framework to stimulate productive economic activities. This Act, as it stands, has become outdated and needs to be improved to satisfy the needs of today's business realities. One of the criticisms that we heard, and the member from Colette pointed out also, that our local micro and small businesses was that the incentive program was only for large foreign and local investors. The reality is that there was nothing in the law restricting any local entrepreneur from applying. Anybody could have applied. In fact, there is even a part in the Fiscal Incentive Act specifically for small businesses. But the problem is, or was, that they were required to comply with similar conditions as the big companies, both local and foreign investments, to be able to obtain and to remain within the program. It was onerous on a micro or small business. Therefore, Madam Speaker, today we are introducing the Fiscal Incentives Bill, or for the second reading, that will modernize the incentive program for both local and foreign investors alike. I must admit that the main ones to benefit from these amendments are our local, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, or what we refer to as the MSMEs. And there's a reason for this. And it's not only charity. It's simply plain economics. As I mentioned earlier, the Belize Business Establishment Survey that was conducted in 2016 by SIB, or the Statistical Institute of Belize, identified that the total business establishment, 93% were considered MSMEs, earning revenues of less than $500,000 annually and employing 50 persons or less. MSMEs are a large part of our economy, and the majority have not received the adequate support that they rightfully deserve. MSMEs are a priority of our for our economic recovery, and that is why the current bill has several incentive tools to support their startup, their growth, and their formalization. We are streamlining the application requirements for MSMEs where they do not need to submit a business plan. Going forward, all will be required is a project concept. Beltrade and the Investment Policy and Compliance Unit of the Ministry of Investment will be assisting MSMEs with their applications. Previously, a land or a lease document was necessary, title or a lease document was necessary as proof of access to property. But with these amendments, all that an MSME will need to provide is a receipt of rent. Sure, okay, I'm renting this business, this property for my business. Madam Speaker, there will be no need for company incorporation documents, since they will only need to have a registered business name and to be registered with Beltrade and the Belize Tax Service to be able to obtain what we call a TIN number to import their imports duty-free. And as we mentioned earlier, now you even have to call Belmopan to register your name. You could go online and register your name. And if you have problems, Beltrade or the investment unit will be able to help you to be able to do that. And it is important to do this because we'll also have to be registered with the Belize Tax Service so that then you could be able to import your whatever it is that you need to import duty-free. The import duty exemption offered to MSMEs can go up as much as $1 million in imports. It don't mean that everybody can get $1 million. It depends on the size of the business and what exactly you are planning to do. And the period to import, we've extended for some more time for these goods to be imported, is now being increased from 2 years to 4 years. And that period then can even be extended to a maximum of 8 years. There will be no need for audited financial statements for micro and small businesses, but assistance will be given through Beltrade to start recording sales and purchases. As it is right now, we are working, as I mentioned when we introduced this bill, Madam Speaker, we are working with the IDB and consultant Jerónimo Figueres. He is an Argentinian that came up with this concept called simple, whereby we're trying to, again, make amendments also to the legislation so to afford these small businesses that they can use their phone to be able to have their accounting records, which would be simply enter what are your sales, enter online what are your expenses and what is it that you have, and to be able to send this information to be able to Beltrade. Now, as I said, no audited financials will be required for these micro and small businesses and business, but assistance will be given through Beltrade to start them recording their sales and purchases. I know we've spoken about the people that do the lawn mowing and cleaning business and people wash vehicles and probably service vehicles from time to time. We will help them to be able to get into the formal market, to be counted, helping them with their tax number, and then they'll be able to apply for many of these incentives. Now, a special incentive is being offered for micro and small businesses to formalize their business by offering an amnesty. I know many people afraid to say, but if I go GST and they are going to tax me, they're going to put huge penalties on me. So we are going to provide an amnesty upon registration and to provide a 1-year exemption from business tax. And you have to pay nothing. We just want you to get into the system for you to be able to have access. All MSMEs under the Fiscal Incentive Program will be allowed to register for GST so that they can qualify to obtain their GST refunds. So they could get refunds from whatever GST that they being paid, even though if they just want to leave it, but for a small business, whatever monies you could get back, even if it's $100, it can go a long way. Another very important incentive to this bill is with the government procurement. Now we know that government purchases goods and services, I think it's about 200 million, somewhere around there. And alone the big businesses that go for this business. What we are doing, actually it's more, I'm coming to that. What we're doing under this, we're also now making policy that the fiscal incentive program is earmarking 20% of government procurement tenders for MSMEs. So these small businesses that employ 1 or 2 people and probably turn over a few $1,000 or $10,000 or whatever every year, now they will be able to qualify for 20% of the tenders that government issue. And you know how much that will work out right now based on the present day that we're spending on services and goods? That will up to $45 million that we're setting aside to the small businesses. So, member from Colette, you're right on the money when you're saying, so what is it that we're doing for the small businesses? So all of this is tied up. And as I pointed out to the leader of the opposition earlier, borrowing on itself is not bad. When you borrow for borrow's sake, then that is a problem. But when you borrow for specific actions to be able to create more opportunities for people, then you are doing the right thing. You're investing in people. And so these loans that we're doing is directly tied up to providing with the fiscal incentives so that we not only provide you with technical training, but we also know to provide opportunities for you. Provide how is it that you could get tax exemption, duty exemptions. Provide opportunities for you also to be able to get piece of the government action, so the work that the services and so forth. The regular or the larger investors will also receive some benefits in these streamlined procedures. They will be allowed to make amendments or variations in their exemptions. Okay, in many instances, once they get that list, and just can't change it. Now we'll be able to allow them some kind of flexibility in what they're doing. Foreign companies registered at the Belize Companies and Corporate Affairs Registry will also be allowed to apply for a fiscal incentive with certain conditions. The other incentive tool is the one-off incentive, which will allow the importation of goods for capital investments, and this will expire after 12 months, and it will not exceed $1 million of imported goods. So you get them 1 month, 12 months to be able to use that, and up to $1 million. The intention of this investment tool is for businesses that wish to quickly import machinery or equipment to increase production or to expand in such a short period of time due to demand in the market. The one-off will allow them to import within a short period of time with a very streamlined application process. We want to make it very easy for them, but with certain restrictions. So they're not free for all also, so I just want to make that very clear. This bill will allow Belize's economic recovery to continue by also expanding in approved activities of the program to include the orange economy. I'm sure the member from Mesopotamia is aware of what's the orange economy, which is basically the creative arts, the green and sustainable energy, global digital services, including the BPOs, navigation, tourism, medical tourism, the transport sector, and recycling. Madam Speaker, this is yet another aspect of Plan Belize. We are delivering on Plan Belize. And this, Madam Speaker, will bring more jobs, more investments, increase the standards of living for all Belizeans, and will help us get closer to reducing poverty by 50% in 10 years. I trust that everyone from both sides of this honorable house will support this bill.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have no difficulty with this bill. Appreciate it very much. I sit in the House Committee, the Constitutional House Committee, but my colleague from Alberts was not available on the short notice that the Economic Development Finance Committee was called, so I had the privilege of substituting for her. And so I was able to sit in the House Committee meeting and hear from the experts from the Ministry of Economic Development. And I am pleased that the financial incentives bill will expand and do more, not just for domestic investment, but for foreign investment as well. But I am particularly pleased with the distinction made between the larger corporations that we oftentimes think about when it comes to these fiscal incentives and the micro, small, and medium enterprises. It strikes a chord with me because, contrary to what the member from Pickstock has said, I did graduate from high school with honors. I attended New York City College of Technology, and I left the university to pursue a successful career in the entertainment business. But I didn't just sell millions of records and generate tens of millions of dollars for corporations. I was a partner in my business activities. 1998, at the age of 18 or 19, I started my publishing company, and to this day, still generate revenues from said publishing company. I started my production company and then advanced to a record label, boutique record label, who partnered with all of the people that I went into business with. So I fully appreciate the spirit of entrepreneurship, Madam Speaker. I fully appreciate it on all levels, not just the large corporations, and in particular the orange sector, which I come from. But this distinction is important, Madam Speaker, because oftentimes we're up here and we forget the people that drive the engine of our economy. But my support does not come without certain concerns. And one of the concerns, I have two concerns in particular. One of them is the issue of ministerial powers. This administration made it a point that they would be scaling back ministerial powers. But I can't recall in the documents that I read anything that speaks to that, because we have the same types of language that have led to ministerial abuses in the document, Madam Speaker. For instance, it is the minister, the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, that determines who qualifies. There is no appeal process should the learned minister rule unfavorably to someone. I would think that an administration that has prided itself in this new age of governance, good governance, this new age of scaled back ministerial powers, would have done something more to have language in there that allowed for some type of committee to work in conjunction with the minister, set up some type of process by which if someone has an adverse ruling, they could go to this board and appeal. As it stands now, whatever the minister says goes. And that is not what Plan Belize purported to be, Madam Speaker. The other issue that I have that I pray the Prime Minister considers is this issue of the car rental agencies. In tourism, the car rental agencies, they play a major part, and I believe that is why the BTB, I understand, advocated on behalf of the car rental agencies being eligible. I'd like to know why is it, despite the BTB support for the car rental agencies to participate in this fiscal incentive, the government did not allow them to do so, Madam Speaker, and I appeal that the Prime Minister would reconsider that position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the member for Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise to offer my support for the new Fiscal Incentives Act of 2023. It takes into account, Madam Speaker, the recommendations that came out of extensive consultations that helped to form the MSME policy and the National Investment Policy and Strategy. And while the Honorable Prime Minister takes, and his administration takes credit for these two documents, the work with the MSME community, and in putting together the kind of framework to support the development of that particular sector happened long before his administration took office. This Fiscal Incentive Act, Madam Speaker, also takes into account that the informal sector, the last time I checked, represents 40% of our GDP and another 30% of our employment. And so regularizing the MSMEs and giving them an incentives to enter into the formal market is certainly a very progressive step forward. Access to affordable financing and access to greater market opportunities, access to reduce lending rates for MSMEs, and access to reduce business taxes, access to an export development fund, were all firm commitments made by this administration, Madam Speaker, in the Plan Belize manifesto. And we all know that the devil is in the details. While we have the framework for fiscal incentives to be offered to Belizean-owned enterprises, even though it is not that specific in the legislation, and while there is greater support for MSMEs and for those entities that require that one-off incentive to get their footing in the marketplace, Madam Speaker, the regulations as to who qualifies and who doesn't qualify and what the criteria will be is especially important to entrepreneurs and small business owners. I agree with the party leader of the United Democratic Party and the leader of the opposition that indeed there is broad and sweeping powers of the Minister of Finance in the implementation of this new fiscal regime. In fact, my reading of the legislation is that he has ultimate decision making. And if that is not the intention, I hope the much anticipated regulations that will accompany this bill, Madam Speaker, will outline what and how, particularly those entities that may be refused by the minister responsible for incentives, minister responsible for finance, will be able to just simply disqualify a particular applicant who may seek fiscal incentives. When the rules are not clearly spelled out, Madam Speaker, it leaves room for mischief. And while I don't believe that is the intention of the Honorable Prime Minister and his ministry, I think it is an imperative that very soon after passing this bill, the regulations would be brought to this House so we can be clear what the rules of engagement will be. Under my stewardship of the Ministry of Investment, Madam Speaker, and of Beltrade, we had what we called an advisory group, the Cabinet Subcommittee on Investments, who looked particularly at investments in the key priority economic sectors. And I think that sort of advisory mechanism, whether it is made up of members of the executive or from the CEO caucus, would be an important consideration in the regulations to accompany this bill. I once again would like to thank the Prime Minister and his cabinet for opening some market space for MSMEs, particularly as it relates to the store orders for the government of Belize. And I ask that fair play be given to all those who enter into the formal market. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly rise in full support of this bill. I think, as the Prime Minister pointed out, it is in fulfillment of our government's firm commitment to grow the Belizean economy in a very inclusive way, to ensure that everyone is included and given a fair opportunity to participate in the growth and development of Belize's economy. For too long, the Fiscal Incentives Act has really been dominated, if you like. The incentives structure has been solely an area that provides benefits to larger companies, more established businesses. You know, I certainly often decry the fact that we have big established businesses, 30, 20, 25, 30 years continuing, administration after administration, continuing to enjoy fiscal incentives. When I think really the primary objective of these fiscal incentives is supposed to be establishing an early foundation providing you with the incentives so that you can start up and build up your business. And when you can walk on your own, then you're supposed to let go and give up these incentives. But they seem to become a permanent feature for many of our businesses. So I'm very happy to see that our government is taking a very critical look at MSMEs and making sure that we're including them because, as the Prime Minister rightly pointed out, they drive the Belizean economy. They make up over 90% of our businesses, of economic activity in the Belizean economy. They account for more than 90%. So this bill really is very progressive in my view, very bold, very visionary, and provides a catalyst for even greater expansion of the Belizean economy. I wanted to make just a few points very quickly. One, I think the leader of the opposition, I'm not sure if the member for Albert also raised this point, but car rentals, if at the committee level, we did receive an intervention from one of the representatives from the car rental community. And we had the representatives from the Attorney General's office there. And they made the point that car rentals would come under the broader umbrella of tourism-related services. So just for the record, car rentals are not excluded, but they are subsumed under the broader umbrella of tourism-related services. I hope that will satisfy them. The other point about the ministerial discretion and the ministerial powers, that is always a valid point, but I would make 2 points on that issue. One, Section 26 of the bill, and the member for Albert referred to this, speaks to regulations. The minister may make regulations as necessary for giving effect to the provisions of this act. And it says, including but not limited to, and then it lists A, B, C, D. And D specifically deals with prescribing conditions for revocation of a fiscal incentive, and then B, prescribing requirements for eligibility for the grant of a fiscal incentive. So there, with these regulations, therein lies an opportunity for creating a structure. Yes, but regulations give effect to these bills. So therein lies the opportunity for a structure of appeal, if you like, from a decision made by the minister within those regulations. So that's one point. And two, in Belize, it's an area of law that we don't generally practice, we don't take advantage of in Belize, administrative law. That's a big area. If you read the cases across the Caribbean, across the Commonwealth, it's a huge area of law, which is really about challenging the decisions of ministers, challenging the decisions of those in authority, and the exercise of discretion in particular. You'll find hundreds and hundreds of lengthy cases dealing with the exercise of ministerial discretion, the exercise of power by ministers or other managerial senior public officers, people who are in positions of authority, dealing with the public, dealing with citizens, dealing with businesses. So there's always that check on administrative power. Citizens, both within the bill in terms of regulations, but also in terms of the courts, in terms of administrative law, having the opportunity to have the courts review any exercise of discretion, any decision-making power of any ministers. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is an excellent bill, moves in the right direction. Again, as I said, the MSMEs, I think, are vitally important to the future growth and development of Belize. and any support we can give to them, any structures we can put in place to enhance their capacity to grow their businesses, to expand opportunities for them, to create employment, as the Prime Minister said. His ministry has been doing a lot of work, particularly over the last year. Last year, they had very exciting road shows. I know my own constituents, some of them participated in some of these road shows and came back to me feeling full of hope and excitement about the opportunities and the potential. And so this bill is about walking the walk, not just talking the talk. Having traveled across the country, putting in place a structure that will allow these MSMEs, many of whom are women. Many of these small businesses are women, the great majority, right? And providing them with an opportunity to uplift themselves, their families, their communities, and providing them with a sense of independence. So it's a very, very good bill, and I fully support it. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Fort George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make a few points in support of this bill. I think it's important that the country realizes that this bill makes fiscal incentives more open, more transparent. It sets clear rules for persons who want to apply or organizations who want to apply for fiscal incentive, businesses who want to apply. And I think that's critical. In the past, we saw so many times, or we found out after the fact, about fiscal incentives being offered to businesses coming from abroad. And then you have failed projects like Sanctuary Bay and all of those failed enterprises finding out that they got fiscal incentives. Nobody knew about it in the country. I think this opens it up. This sets the rules very clearly. This makes it, and as the member from Albert said, we're looking forward to those regulations to see what those proper application procedures are, the terms in terms of the revocation of a fiscal incentive. All of these have to be made very clear in these regulations. But if I can make a couple more points, Madam Speaker, I think it's important to also put on the record the work being done by Beltrade, the work being done by Dr. Leroy Almendaris and his team there at Beltrade in terms of reaching out to these different businesses, going through the application procedure when anybody applies for a fiscal incentive. Secondly, the 5-year term limit for a fiscal incentive. That's important, as the member from Freetown said. I think, right, but there's a defined timeline in terms of how long these fiscal incentives are supposed to be. Third point, Madam Speaker, the inclusion of MSMEs. I think, again, echoing what my colleagues have said, it's critical that we give them the same opportunities that big businesses get. The MSMEs are the driving force of this economy, and we have to make sure that they have the opportunity to grow as well. The category that is being added there is one that is definitely welcome. In the Fort George division, Madam Speaker, we have quite a few up-and-coming entrepreneurs getting into the tourism sector, getting into the entertainment sector, so this will be an opportunity for them to benefit as well. And finally, I know Section 27 allows the minister to make changes to the schedule. I'm not sure if this came up at the committee level, but I think putting restaurants on a negative list, and I would ask more consideration be given to restaurants, you know, because these are only the restaurants that are ancillary to hotels are allowed to apply for fiscal incentives, but standalone restaurants are also part of the tourism product, and we have to make sure that they also have the opportunity to benefit. So I'm asking that some consideration be given to restaurants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Based on what both my colleagues, the member for Freetown and the member for Fort George have said, can't we get this right now? The Minister of Education spoke about the regulations in support of what my friend from Albert said. And indeed, in Section 26, that is the case. The minister may make regulations, but that's just the problem. The minister may. Our friend from Fort George said that this is a wonderful thing. We are looking forward to these regulations. This is, in fact, going to contain the whole thing, but not if it is at the discretion of the minister. He will decide whether or not he will make those regulations. That is what this is saying. Can't we get it right now and change the word from may to shall, so that we know that the minister has to then put in those regulations? And in terms of the period, if this is what Plan Belize wanted to do, then let's do it now. We could do it now. We could change it in the committee of the whole. We could make that change. And then as it relates to how long the incentives will last for these companies, again, both ministers spoke about limiting it, making sure we know we have some companies who take 25 years, they come back and they get another 25 years. Let's fix it, because what is in this bill now does not fix it. At section 5.2 it says, an incentive granted by the minister under this act may be for a period of not more than 5 years in the first instance and may be renewed on application for up to a maximum of 25 years. So this can continue and go on. And then, as my friend from Albert was pointing out to me, just on the side, MSCs don't get this privilege. So if we are going to push for them, let's make it something that the MSCs can also push for and get that same kind of extension. So, Madam Speaker, you see that on this side of the House we are supporting this initiative. I think it's a good initiative, but if we are serious, as the government purports to be, in terms of Plan Belize and getting things that they promised, then this is a chance for us to fix it before we leave from here today. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody for the participation on this. It's a very, very important bill. And I think we're splitting hairs. And whilst I have absolutely no problem in restricting, not restricting the powers of the minister, but I would allow the experts to look on it and see how best we could fix it. Because directly we come and quickly fix it just for the politics of it, then we create other problems. Let me point you one. When you pointed out at on 5.2, where this minister under this act may provide for a period of no more than 5 years and could go up to 25 years, that is necessary when you have, these are for huge businesses, these are for the MSMEs. These are for a business where, for instance, if a Santander or BSI, even BL or these companies that are investing tens of millions of dollars, sometimes they really need more time to be able to get this going. So you have to have the flexibility. And it's not a matter of just the minister. Obviously, you have the technical people that will come to the minister and say, we make these recommendations. So that's why it is important to keep that there. This is not for the MSMEs. Remember, this is not only MSMEs. This is for large investments, which is always there. Now we are incorporating for the MSMEs. So you have to be able to have that flexibility to be able to address on these matters. When you're talking about the, you say we're making the issue of that the minister may make regulations, what they say, may make regulations as necessary. Quite likely there will be regulations, but the technical people will make the regulations. I am not a technical person. They will make the regulations, bring it to us, take it to cabinet, discuss it, and then we'll bring it here to the House. That would not come to here, no? But why would we not make the necessary regulations? We have to. So, it's just the people that put this wording, they did it for a reason. There's a reason. So it's not a matter as if the minister want to control. Let's not move the discussion from all of the good that we do right here to the issue of wanting to do on the minister. Now I hear the cry from Minister, from the honorable member from Fort George and even yourself from Colleton issue of restaurants. I'm prepared to take a look at it, but I really don't want to do it right now because we don't want to open up the doors also to any and everything. We have to be careful and we could look at it incrementally. So if we could look afterwards, I could meet with the technicians, the people from Beltrade, the investment unit, and we could find a way where we could put the issue of the restaurants, especially for the small entrepreneurs, then of course we should do it. But we don't want then you open the doors so wide then that the big guys also they take advantage of this. So we just want to be careful, and it's something that we are prepared to take a look at. And lastly, Madam Speaker, as I said, again, as I pointed earlier, you pass a legislation and then the regulations come afterwards as to how it's going to be managed. The regulations, I mean, I'm sure you're aware of, does not come with the actual, with the act or the bill. And in no instance are we claiming that we discovered MSMEs. It has been natural progression of things that have been happening over the years. But now we believe the time is now to provide an opportunity to the small businesses. Probably 20 years, 10 years ago, we did not have the wherewithal how we could keep track of all of these things, but digitization, for instance, would be able to allow you to be able to keep track of all of these small businesses. And it has also allowed us to be able to say, well, we don't just want give to give, but you also have to be registered. You have to register to the tax department. You have to get your TIN number. You have to be able to record your sales, your expenses. These are all things to be able to get them into the formal market, into the formal economy, sorry. So it is an integrated thing that we're doing, a holistic approach that what we're doing. So please, let's not just try to muddy the water of something good as, oh, but the minister, this, the minister. We have the technical people to do these things, but we also have to have some flexibility. If we could find a way, later on I'll talk to the technical people on how we could address some of these issues. I'm prepared to do it at that time. That said, Madam Speaker, I thank everyone for the support for this bill, and I move the second reading.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory function, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentive, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister.
I move the second reading of this bill, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Notary Public Act, Chapter 1 29 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Financial Services Commission Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Financial Services Commission Act, Chapter 272 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to strengthen the regulatory and supervisory framework for financial services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Credit Reporting Bill 2023 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumer information, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to provide for a fair and an accurate credit reporting system within the financial system in order to facilitate objective credit decisions, to enable and share, to enable the sharing and reporting of credit information, to provide for the regulation of credit reporting and credit reporting services, to provide for the protection of consumers' information, and to provide for the matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Fiscal Incentives Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentives Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory functions, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to repeal and replace the Fiscal Incentive Act, Chapter 54 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to streamline the fiscal incentive program, to improve the regulatory function, to allow foreign companies to apply for incentives, to offer new fiscal incentives, to improve access to incentives for MSMEs, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Notary's Public Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Notaries Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of a notary public, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Notary Public Act, Chapter 129 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the Chief Justice to make rules for the appointment and enrollment of notary publics and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to speak on the adjournment on a matter of national importance, which is corruption within the police department. But before I proceed, I'd like to again acknowledge the Ramnareis brothers, David and John, and Vivian Bilal Ramnareis, who passed away 15 days ago, Madam Speaker, allegedly executed by a domestic terrorist, a corporal in the police department, Elmer Na, Madam Speaker. As we paid homage to Mr. Dawson, I'd like to pay homage to the Ramnareis brothers, and in particular, Vivian Bilal Ramnareis, Madam Speaker, who was executed while shielding her 5-year-old daughter. Ms. Ramnareis was known as a champion in conservation, a marine scientist, Madam Speaker, a public officer for 15 years in the Fisheries Department, Madam Speaker. The execution of the Ramnareis brothers and Mrs. Bilal Ramnareis, Madam Speaker, has sent shockwaves through this nation, Madam Speaker. The impact that those executions on New Year's Eve, when the nation was preparing to turn the page of 22 and look forward to the hope and promise of 2023, has disturbed us all, Madam Speaker. Since viewing that horrifying video of the execution, Madam Speaker, I have not had a good night's sleep. And what makes it more chilling, Madam Speaker, more horrifying, is that we have a homegrown domestic terrorist from our police department, Madam Speaker. I am grateful that Mr. Na was apprehended. I commend and I applaud the good women and men in the police department, Madam Speaker. But I urge this government, the Prime Minister, who is the chair of the National Security Council, to not treat this matter as if it is an isolated incident, Madam Speaker, because it is not. The matter of Police Corporal Elmer Na is a mere glimpse of the rampant corruption, systematic corruption that has existed for quite some time, Madam Speaker, in the Belize Police Department. And I don't hear enough from the government. We heard nothing from the Prime Minister, nothing that I recall. When he accepted his award for conservation, I would have hoped he would have done it in Mrs. Ramnarese's name, but it's never too late, Madam Speaker, to address this matter with the passion and intensity that it deserves. Because when we talk about national security, when we talk about quality of life, it is impossible to be able to enjoy the Belizean dream, to be able to enjoy a basic standard of living if the people that are trusted, that have given a sworn oath to protect and serve us, are not discharging their duties. But this is not just a failure to discharge duty, Madam Speaker. This is a culture, a system of corruption, Madam Speaker, a system in which police officers, again, not all police officers, Madam Speaker, but some in the department that act with impunity, that believe that they are above the law they swore to uphold, that they swore to protect and serve, Madam Speaker. And the government cannot solve the problem if it does not accept that there is a problem. When you look at the state of the nation, we are in a crisis when it comes to crime and violence, when it comes to citizen security. This has been persistent, prevalent since the Briceño administration took office, Madam Speaker. It has not abated. The body's gone missing. They just found Akeem Augustine in Port Loyola with his head severed and limbs severed, Madam Speaker. Young boy Lachman and Sosa still missing, Madam Speaker. Let's not forget Michael Williams, who was killed a few days before the Ramnarese, Madam Speaker.
Member, I just want
Yes.
to be clear. Your point that you're standing on of national importance is on corruption
In the
within-
police department, yes, Madam Speaker.
But we're talking now, we're hearing about crimes.
Madam Speaker, it is all tied in.
I want you to make the link.
Yes, I'll
please.
make the link, Madam Speaker,
Okay.
if you will allow me. You cannot have citizen security. You cannot have accountability in the DPP with an improved conviction rate if the people that are sworn to protect, the people that are supposed to bring justice to families, police the criminals, are criminals themselves. This has to be addressed with urgency, Madam Speaker. And I have not heard the government say what they plan to do to address corruption within the department. It's not just Elmana. Let's not forget the drug plane landing in which Mr. Na was arrested with other police officers, Madam Speaker. Let us not forget that this is not the first time Elmer Na was accused of murder, Madam Speaker. He was accused by a fellow officer who was accused of executing Fareed Ahmad, Madam Speaker. And that conviction happened under the PUP administration. And though a fellow officer accused Corporal Na of executing Fareed Ahmad, nothing was done. 42, please. Please, Mr.
One second.
Member from Pickstock, please.
Members,
Comport yourself. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, the truth hurts. The truth hurts, but this truth must be heard. It is not a laughing matter. Shame on all of you that have a smile on your face right now, because it could be your family. Politicians are not out of the platter. The way this country is going, it's a narco state. So smiling and laughing about this matter that has impacted families, devastated families, not just the Ramna race, but the people in Belmopan are devastated, and the people across this country. This is no laughing matter. This is something for you to consider. This is something for you to absorb and come with a plan to address it. The issue of police corruption, Madam Speaker, is a cancer that must be rooted out of the police department, Madam Speaker. And I appeal to the government of Belize. I appeal to the Prime Minister, who has a lot of mumbling right now, but didn't call a press conference when this horrifying act of terrorism happened on New Year's Eve. I appeal to you to set up a task force, to come up with a plan to deal with corruption in the police department. You have so much money, you claim you've rebounded the economy, you're taking all these loans. Borrow some money so that we could have this task force. Borrow some money so that we can pay our officers more. I believe that is one of the problems, Madam Speaker. Our officers live in deplorable living circumstances, Madam Speaker. I spoke to an officer who said she tried to go to the National Bank, couldn't even get a mortgage to try to build a house, Madam Speaker. Healthcare opportunities. We treat our citizen security officers, our police department, our soldiers, Madam Speaker, less than they should be treated, and the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned it at the BDF parade, Madam Speaker, and these things lead to our officers in the police department being compromised, Madam Speaker. But if the government, if the Prime Minister himself does not find it an urgent enough issue to make special arrangements to create an investigative body that will get to the bottom of this, Madam Speaker. Who does Elmana work for, Madam Speaker? Why does Marco Vidal think that he could go around Belmopan talking to witnesses, doing his own investigations when he is retired? The same Marco Vidal who, when Elmana took the stand in the murder of Fareed Ahmad after being accused by Michelle Brown, police officer, his alibi was that he was with his uncle, former Assistant Commissioner of Police, Madam Speaker. When Mr. Na was detained and arrested for the drug plane landing, who came to the police department or the station that his common law was being held to get her released? Marco Vidal, Madam Speaker. The point I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, it is not enough that Elmana has been arrested. We await a conviction. But what I would like to see is a systematic approach to ensure that all the Elmer-Nas that remain in the police department are rooted out, Madam Speaker. We have heard about multi-sectorial approaches to deal with the criminals and those that have fallen to the wayside and involved themselves in an unsavory way of life, Madam Speaker. But I have not heard any plan to address the systematic corruption that remains in the department, Madam Speaker. Again, not all officers do I paint with this brush, but there are enough of the Elmer-Nas and the Marco Vidals that we should be alarmed. We should be in a state of crisis, and the Prime Minister needs to come to the Belizean people and tell us what is his plan to ensure that there is not another execution. There is not another act of terrorism by someone who has sworn to protect and serve us in the police department, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that the leader of the opposition is very concerned about Jan Saldivar, winning the convention on Sunday. But to come to the House to talk bad about your own colleague, that's a new law. Because, Madam Speaker...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Wait, no,
I said
Prime
nothing
Minister,
about Jan
no, Prime
Saldivar,
Minister.
Madam Speaker. On a point of order.
Let me hear where the Prime Minister is going. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, we all know who was the minister in charge of the police under the UDP. Who was it? Who was it? Who was it? Give me a name. Come, give me a name. Huh? Jan Saldivar. Jan Saldivar was in charge of the police. And now he is worried that Jan Saldivar has already said that he is no longer the leader. Because when they're going to have the convention, is a dead man walking? The whole day right here, see him by himself. There are two members, they talk to the man, to the leader of the opposition. You talk to a leader. I mean, because when you come and talk about police corruption and you want to try to give the impression that this just happened. This not just happened, my brother. This something is a reflection of what the UDP stood for when they were in charge of the police. And the person in charge of the police was no other than Jan Saldivar. And guess what? The Prime Minister of the day at that time knew what was happening and did nothing about it. He only had to do something about it when he was embarrassed in the US court, when they had a recording where Jan Saldivar admitted of taking the tranche, the $25,000 a month tranche. The truth of the matter is that Mr. Na is a product of the UDP government. He was trained under the UDP. Marco Vidal was trained under the UDP for them to be able to set up a special unit that did not even report to the Commissioner of Police. He was unaccountable. And it was this government that once we got we were in charge of the government and we saw how corrupt the GSU was, we immediately shut it down. We never tried to hide it. That's a product of your government, my brother. It's a product of your government. You're supposed to be applauding us for doing something about it. You're not even talking about marking now. No, you want us to do your dirty work, for try to get rid of Jan Saldivar, and because we can't know, you are come and use the National Assembly for try to create aspersions against one of his very own, because he very well knows that all of this corruption in the police is a product of the United Party government over the past 13 years.
1 second.
Madam Speaker,
Prime Minister, may have a seat.
on a point
What
of
is your
order,
point of
on a
order?
point of order, Madam Speaker, he's allowed to respond to what I said about police corruption, Madam Speaker. I said nothing about John Saldiva. He's accusing me of casting aspersions, Madam Speaker. He should not do that to a fellow member, Madam Speaker. It's in the
No, he's not
standing orders.
casting aspersions against you.
He said that I am casting
What-
aspersions.
I will not get in a back and forth with you, member. Kindly have your seat. I've asked, Prime Minister, please, I started out with language. We can have the discussion and it can be robust, but let's respect the parliamentary decor. Prime Minister, I asked him to make the link, just as I did with you. He has made the link based on your intervention, and he has made the link to where it has started in his view. Prime Minister, are you good? You can continue.
Speaker, the truth of the matter that the corruption in the police that he's talking about took root.
No. 1 second. If this will continue, I will have to go to that section of the standing order under 44, and I'm going to have you excuse yourself for the balance. All I ask is respect the chair. Standing order 42B. Respect your rules, because it's your rules. Many across the aisles, and I tried to catch it. We will not do this. If you and I do this, I'm going to have to ask you to excuse. Thank you. Apology accepted. Prime Minister.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that corruption in the police, and again, I want to put on record that not our police are corrupt. I want to make that very clear. But what the honorable gentleman from Mesopotamia is talking about is a reflection of what has taken place over the past 13 years under the UDP government, and that you can't run away from that. It was a time when everything in the police departments was politically motivated. The police was used for the political, trying to use it for the political well-being of the government of the day. Madam Speaker, what we do, we have the Minister of the Police, Minister Musa, has already fired almost 200 row cops. If you're listening, I'll leave it and leave off your phone, you understand, or leave it so you don't embarrass yourself. Almost 200 cops have been rooted out. How much did the UDP take out from the police department? You know, you hired them. Every single recruitment done under the UDP was done politically. They did not look if they have the minimum standards. There are people, police officers, when they even finish high school, that were taken on by the UDP. Sorry? And now he's not a police officer? Yes. He has been interdicted from the police department. He's no longer a police officer. You had to get a letter from the UDP representative. They never asked you for no letter. I'm sure that the honorable member from Leka and Freetown and Kaya South could attest to that. At no time were we asked to give a letter to any person who want to get into the police department. Every one of them had to get a UDP letter. And then John Saldiva had to go through that list and say, if these people come from the people that support him to be leader, that's how many chance you, my brother from Colette. Because if you know they support me, I know they take on your people. You had other ways, you know, the school inspectors and so forth, so we understand that. The point is that these people were handpicked by the UDP. So when you talk about these corrupt cops, that people that your government picked, they handpicked these people. And now you ask, what is it that we're doing? You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of bringing that up. Under the UDP, in 2016, Madam Speaker, they got a loan from CABE for $30 million for security, for the police, for the BDF, for the Coast Guard. You know how much money they use? to be able to address the issues of the police and the BDF and the Coast Guard? Zero. Zero, not a single dollar. Presently, we are using that money because we have the skills to put it, and we have the heart to be able to knowing that there is an issue with crime in this country and that we have to address it. What is it that we're doing as it? First of all, these are some of the things. You want to know what we're doing? Could you shut up a minute?
Leader of
You
opposition.
asked-
One second, Prime Minister. I have been patient. This is your warning. The Prime Minister is exactly addressing, as he is expected to do under the standing order on the right of reply from the Minister. And he is
And you spoke
addressing
about
that.
a lot of things in your police corruption. Now you're going all over the place. And I never interrupted you. I did not. The point is I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker. He asked, what is it that you're doing? Well, I'm telling you what we do. We are now using that Cabello to strengthen the police department. Not only for the police, we're getting police vehicles. We're going to get 5 police stations in San Ignacio, Santa Elena, Belmopan, Kikaga, and Belize City. We're setting up an electronic 911 system that will have cameras all over the country for facial and license plate identification. We're working on with body cams. We're getting so that then we know the police what they're doing when they're out there. We're setting up a fully restructure of the forensic science lab. And for the Coast Guard to be able to fight, we're purchasing 2 vehicles that will be equipped with equipment to collect data for fisheries and the Met Office and go after the drug traffickers. We'll build a medical hospital for the BDF in PG. The medical hospital was neglected by the Barrow administration. The Contractor General has approved the building of 2 quarters for the BDF and modern and industrialized kitchen for Price Barracks. It was a shame what we had for the BDF. I know you come here and talk about that. The kitchen at that under the UDP, and the honorable member from Corozal, Southwest could confirm it. They had the kitchen, they built one septic in the middle of the kitchen, or the kitchen went on top of the septic tank. Construction will also be completed at the Belisario camp in Central Farm, whereby we want to be, and we put new buildings and equipment. You ask, what is the plan? Well, these are some of the things that we're doing. That you ask for the plan. We also have, they call it Belize, they have a comprehensive police plan. You're talking about the narco state. When the planes will land under the UDP, police go north, the planes land south. The plane land north, police go in the opposite direction. Under this government, if you look, these are the lowest number of attempted landings in this country, and that's the record, my brother. The numbers in murders have gone down. It is unfortunate what happened on New Year's Eve with the Ramnarez family, and my heart goes out for them. But I'm not going to grandstand on something as horrific as this that has happened to a family to get political points. I did not run to have a press conference as if I let the police and the minister responsible to deal with it. That is why we have competent ministers. Under the previous government, you only had one person who could have do something, who could have talked. One, which was the Prime Minister. Well, maybe 2.5. So sometimes the member from Alberta would talk. But most of the time, 95 out of 100 that the Prime Minister they talk. I have competent ministers, and I will not grandstand for cheap political gain. It's shame, man. When we had, and again, I've said it before, not in this house, but I'm saying it in this house, Madam Speaker and colleagues, that credit must go to the honorable member from Caribbean Shores, Minister Kareem Musa. Because while the press and everybody, they pong him, all this not happen, and then this and then that, he never made a grandstand. He was quietly working with his staff at the Ministry of Home Affairs, with the police department, with the commissioner, changed the whole composition at the top of who are going to be the people that are running the police department, come up with a leadership intervention unit, where we just spoke about Mr. Dawson, that we are changing the mindset of the police, that the police is not there to brutalize our citizens. They're there to defend them, to protect them, to work with them. You know, they hear much like before, where the police are all over the place, they beat up people, like under the GSU. That is the difference. You don't come here and grandstand, because when you do that, you get embarrassed, because we have to tell you what is happening and what happened under you. I know you're desperate. And like I said, a jungling man, they grab by any straws, and you heard that Jan Saldiva is going to win on Sunday. And if you win, you come after your leadership. We know that, and we understand that. But don't bring it right here. Don't bring it here to be able to grandstand, man. We are working, and Kareem and his team went to the cabinet and to the representatives or the retreat that we had, and where they put their plan. What is it that they're doing? And if you're so interested, I'm sure you're going to go and meet with Minister Musa and tell her, you know what, I'm worried. I worry about what happened with crime. What is the plan? What is it that you do? What I could do? How could I help? How could we help? If it is that what you want to do. But you won't come right here and grandstand and get cheap political shots at the government, for crime like this. Everything is coming down. When here we are actually working and getting things done and moving it forward. We're not where we want to be. We have a long way to go. But we are getting it done. We're doing the very same things for corruption that we're trying to get rid of those rogue cops. And all of them are rogue cops. There are a lot of dedicated cops in the department. But in the comprehensive, I'm just going to put it in 3 basic areas of what we're doing. First of all, we're improving the recruitment process. Nobody needs to take a letter from a PUP representative to be able to get into the police department. You're going to be accepted in the police department if you pass the test and if you have the required qualifications to be able to get in there. The qualification is no longer that you have to bring a letter from a PUP representative as what the UDP used to do. So we have to start the recruitment process and improve the training of these young recruits that we're putting out there. We're using more technology to be able to fight crime. It's not only about having a lot of boots on the ground, but we use technology. We have drones. We have that will be able to move around in the hot spots when it's something that happened. We could easily set up one drone that will be able to record and find who are these people. When you look at cameras in hot spots, where, as I said, they have facial recognition and be able to record the license plates of vehicles. We're talking about body cameras on police. We're getting vests for them. You see, when you equip a police properly, then they know that by itself start to root out the issue of corruption within the police department. And also we're working with the communities. We're changing the mindset of our police officers. We're making them we're working with them for them to understand that the police is not there to brutalize, but to be able to work, that they, with the communities, are there to protect them, to defend them, so that our communities can feel safe. Because once the police have the communities on their side, Madam Speaker, then story done. There's not going to be crime in the area. So we have to be able to recruit the communities to be able to work with the police. That is why we have the Leadership Intervention Unit. That is why we provide free education in the south side of Belize City. I could continue to give a long list, but it's already after 4. So I will leave you with this. Don't come and grandstand and try to play cheap political shots at the government and try to get political points using the tragedy of people. I think that's really not the way. Well, yes, I didn't want to say that word, but yes, it is. Madam Speaker, that said, thank you very much.
Before I recognize you, Member for Collett, I just want to do a reminder. When a member stands, it is disrespectful to interrupt the member incessantly, continually, and it's even more disrespectful when I brought it to the attention. I have seen a clip recently of, not of here, in another jurisdiction. It seems to be doing its wrongs. I would like to think that we're not operating like that in this House. Respect the chair, respect the rules. Thank you for your indulgence, Member for Collett.
You thank me for indulging you. I hope that you will indulge me in adding to what the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition did this morning in expressing gratitude to a great Belizean, Mr. William Dawson, who I'm not sure where he votes now or voted just up until the time of his death, but he comes from a good Collett stock. And so when you give him his accolades for being a good, decent Belizean citizen, I want to think it's because he came from a good, decent Collett Belizean home. And I would also wish to add my condolences, Madam Speaker, to the family of Vivian Belisle, especially to her father, Mr. Buck Belisle, who gave many years in the public service in the Ministry of Education, and probably in other areas of the public service. When I saw the picture of Vivian on the television, I searched. I knew that I knew her, but I could not, and I had engaged with her, but I could not recall exactly where until recently when I came across a photograph of the two of us together when we were working, when she was a part of a committee to get us off the list of sites in danger of Barrier Reef for the UNESCO World Heritage situation that we were in. And in fact, she led the charge from the fisheries community and did a wonderful job at that. So I add my own condolences to the families of these notable Belizeans. I also want to add to that, Madam Speaker, the condolences for Mr. Dion, pardon my language, but this is the man's pussy, Flowers. Dion died in a motorcycle accident, I'm told, a few weeks ago. And anybody on the south side of Belize City knows Dion Pussy Flowers because he was a very, very hard advocate for helping our young people to better themselves through sports. He was tireless when it came to trying to seek funding for his football ventures for very young people. In fact, me and him quarrel all the time because the man, he operated on the periphery of Collett and Lake Eye. Basically, they would use the field by St. Martin's, which is now occupied by the Swift Hall. But he used to have his activities out there, and then he used to come to me for the finances from my constituency funds when, in fact, many of the children would come from across the street in Lake Eye, but we worked it out. But we place on record our gratitude for Dion's life, and that's another Belizean who we will definitely miss in this country. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on a matter of national importance. And while there is no category for national security concern when we rise on these things, I guess it falls under something else. And I think that's bigger than just calling it a matter of national importance. But this is, of course, the matter that we learned about yesterday via a press conference from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Immigration on Belize's acceptance of receiving convicted terrorists who had served his time in the United States territory of Guantanamo Bay, the prison in Guantanamo Bay. Madam Speaker, this matter, of course, is being received in the Belizean circles higher up and low below, everywhere, every corner, as something that is not good for Belize. And I don't want anybody to misinterpret my position. I am not here to quarrel with the United States, who, of course, is the entity or the country that has asked us to take this individual, Mr. Majid Khan, into our Belizean society. I don't think that there is no use in that quarrel. But we have to be very, very concerned about something like this happening. Firstly, Madam Speaker, we have to be concerned that there might be now a serious threat to our Belizean national security. This is a major issue. If you listen to the kinds of things that Mr. Khan did while he was actively involved in his acts of terrorism, these things will make you shudder. But I will only mention one. And we get this information, of course, from, I think many of you may have seen some video circulating where a former Brigadier General of the U.S. Army, who was, I believe, a prosecutor for this case, spoke about Mr. Khan's deeds. One in particular that he mentioned was that this man actually went to an event strapped with a bomb to assassinate the Pakistani president. This is not lightweight. This is not play. This man is a serious man. And while it is there, there are going to be many cries and explanations, as I'm sure. In fact, the minister who held the press conference yesterday went to great pains to say the man has been reformed, and he's convinced of that. And others too are saying that they're convinced of that. I don't know, And is it that we are prepared to take on that responsibility of endangering the lives of not a few Belizeans, but many, many Belizeans, if not all our Belizeans, given the size of our country? We're talking some kind of bombing incident. Tonight we have a very big game. Where is Mr. Khan tonight? Do you know? We don't. We have an event at the Civic Center. The Hurricanes are playing the Tiger Sharks. But you're right. That's a stretch. But my point is, we don't know the extent of what his reformation is. Why can't he be asked to return? Why can't they return him to Pakistan? If that, I've seen conflicting reports that he was born in Pakistan, and then there was another report that said he was born in Saudi Arabia. I don't know, but why is it that he cannot be deported to the country of his birth? Why is it that we must take it on here in Belize? And I listened just now as the Prime Minister spoke about drug plane landings, and he made it political, of course, making it seem like it was a UDP, PUP thing that determined whether the police are able to track where the planes are going to land. The truth of the matter is, the police force now, and I'm not criticizing them necessarily to the extent that they're not capable, but they're not capable in line of the fact that they may not have all that it takes in order to be able to deal with these matters. The police might not have all that they need to deal with the drug trafficking issue in this country because they're not given the right resources, the right technology, the right whatever it takes, the intelligence. That might not be at the police's disposal. It might not be at their fingertips. The minister said that there was a vetting group made up of himself, the minister, and I think he said the Belize police, the intelligence of the Belize police. There was a medical and there was some diplomatic personnel who did the vetting of this man, Mr. Khan, to determine that, yes, this is a man who we believe can come to Belize and live his life in a reformed way. Well, if we police can't even figure out when a drug play in the land, how can we lean on that expertise to determine whether this man is truly reformed? You know, Madam Speaker, there were some of the techniques or the strategies or I don't know what to call them, because in many areas of the world, these things are unspoken. They're not even admitted to. And in fact, I would imagine that Mr. Khan was held at Guantanamo Bay. In fact, if you're in Guantanamo Bay, because they already violated what many of us considered to be your usual rights. This was probably under the Patriot Act or some extreme form of legislation that the US has to put you there. But there was some sharing of information that told you the kind of strategies that the US used in order to get this man to talk or to confess. Some of that included waterboarding, forced enemas, starvation, sleep deprivation, violent assaults, mental torture, sexual violations. Can't say. These things are extreme. You put a human being through all of this and you expect him to be normal afterwards. That's a serious risk. I'm not saying that it can't happen, you know, but why is it that Belize is going to take on this risk? Why is it that we are going to do that? Can we not do without some level of that excitement? Any level of that excitement. The United States, you know, Madam Speaker, has a way of dealing with situations from time to time on various matters, but one of those issues is, of course, sexual offenders. When a sexual offender pays his time in the penitentiary, he comes out, and then what happens? You're put on a registry, and everybody in that neighborhood knows that you're a sexual offender. And everybody then takes their own precautions. That's in the United States. I don't think, if I remember correctly, we had made an attempt here, at least on the books, to create such an offenders list in Belize, but I don't think it ever panned out to where we had hoped it to go. But I raised that concern to just make a parallel. First, for an offense like that, everybody who is in that neighborhood will know that that person is an offender so that you can safeguard yourself. As I understand it, Mr. Khan landed yesterday morning. He's taken to some location where he will enjoy the luxuries of a home paid for by the United. If I'm not correct, please correct me when you get up, Prime Minister. But many Belizeans tonight don't know, or our Belizeans, I don't know, just the few who served on the committee, know exactly where Mr. Khan is located in this country tonight. He might be your next door neighbor and you don't know. And why is that important? Maybe not so much because Mr. Khan is dangerous, because if he is reformed, that's fine. But what about those persons who Mr. Khan turned his back on in the Al-Qaeda movement, who he had to, maybe he ratted out or he squealed on them or whatever the case may be, or who are not happy that he is now a reformed person or not in their movement anymore and might be seeking some kind of retaliation on him. And just happens to know that he is living right there in Placencia, or right there in San Pedro, or right there wherever he is. These things, Madam Speaker, are of very serious concern. But what I want to ask, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister can tell us, and I'm not shooting wild aspersions, I'm asking a question. Yes, we agreed. The terminology used, which is very ironic, is that it is a humanitarian act on the part of our country for the United States. All of these inhumane things were done to Mr. Khan, but all of a sudden now this is a humanitarian act. What is it that Belize is getting in return for this? For our good nature in accepting this man as a humanitarian act. What is it that Belize is getting? And there have been some moves, and I think, well, there are some issues that are of national security that maybe you can't disclose, but there are some things that this government has done and gotten away with that I question. The last time we came here, in fact, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister touted that we were restructuring the debt with Venezuela.
Are we still with the?
Yes, I still am right at the same issue, Madam Speaker. We are trying to, he said that, well, he announced the restructuring of the debt with Venezuela. Now, we all know that America wouldn't be happy about that, but this came after the Prime Minister went to Venezuela to speak to Maduro and to work out all of the details of this. But could it be, and it's just a question, Mr. Prime Minister, could it be that when you visited in Washington with the U.S. State Department officials that this was something that you agreed to take Mr. Khan, just so that you are then able to go and engage with the Venezuelans to get the kind of relief that I'm not complaining about the relief that we got from Venezuela, but whatever it is that you got, tell the Belizean people so that we could at least have some peace of mind to know why they're not just ask if we take this big Bokota and we not got no real substantive issue to show or benefit to show for Belizeans. Let me say, I know that you or the State Department directly of the United States, I don't know if it was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs who reached out to the leader of the opposition, but let me say for the record that members on this side of the House were not consulted about that, and while I cannot speak on behalf of the Greater United Democratic Party, who still have not discussed this issue in its detail and taken a position. I can tell you that there are many in my party who are railing, just like the Belizean people out there, who are not happy that this decision is made and who would want very much to see the matter rescinded. So that if a pronouncement was made on behalf of the UDP, it cannot be for all of us. And I make this point as well, Madam Speaker. I make this point as well, because in as much as they are jumping up for joy to hear me say that if there was a pronouncement made, it wasn't on behalf of all of us, they have also made a very big pronouncement on behalf of the Belizean people when you agreed to take Mr. Khan without any consultation with the Belizean people on this matter that is of big, big national security. And so, Madam Speaker, this matter could have been brought to the Parliament here. The Prime Minister, in his position as leader of the government side, could have brought that issue to light and could have asked the Belizean people what we think about this. But that was not done. You are elected to govern, but there are some matters that are so big. You're elected to govern, but that does not give you the right to bring a convicted terrorist who we don't know his capabilities in some secret corner of the country. That is not what people elected you to do. So I make the appeal, Madam Speaker, it's not too late. Like Mr. Khan could jump on a plane to Salvador tomorrow, if I understand you correctly. I would want to know if I'm riding on a plane with Mr. Khan, is he being forced to keep his same name? Will he be allowed to change his name while he's here in the Belizean society? If the man free and able to do whatever, he can go get a deed poll and change his name or do whatever he needs to do. You know, for all I know, and then, identity theft, my name not all that crystal clear, but, I don't want it down there in the doldrums like that. You're right. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the Prime Minister, I am desperately waiting for his response, but also know that the Belizean people are not happy with this. I looked at the comments on any of the media houses that announced this thing, and there is no win for this with the government, No win, and I suspect if all of you who are in cabinet just sat there and accepted this without any kind, but maybe you knew something from the inside. That's why I'm asking, what did Belize get? Because if we get something grand where they allow if we take the Bokota, as I put it, Madam Speaker, then let us know. But if not, then shame on all of you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I respect obviously the intervention from the honorable member on this very important matter. But, you know, this is a serious matter. This is a matter of international diplomacy. It's a matter of national security. This is not a matter to play politics with. And it's not a matter for you to engage in loose talk and irresponsible statements. That is not what we need. Trying to create unnecessary concerns among the people of Belize. You know, creating feel like somehow you are doing something good by creating panic among the Belizean people about a matter.
Please, let's respect. I've asked for the silence. It was given
So,
when you were on
Madam
the
Speaker, listen, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs held a comprehensive briefing on this matter yesterday morning. He was joined at that press briefing by both the ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Belize, and a representative, an ambassadorial representative from the U.S. State Department, who is responsible for these matters. So I'm not going to engage in any loose talk in response to the irresponsible statements made by the member for Collett. I'm going to stick to and in responding, I'm going to stick to what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said. And I will repeat what they have said for the benefit of the member, but also for the benefit of the Belizean people. Why did the government of Belize agree to the request to resettle Can? And let me say this first of all, Madam Speaker. The representatives from the US government yesterday, as well as the foreign minister himself, went to great pains to explain to the Belizean people the very lengthy and detailed process that led to this decision. This was not some one-day decision made overnight. This was a lengthy, extensive process, carefully thought out, carefully discussed at the highest levels of our government, obviously in consultation with the national security forces, the experts, both US experts and our Belizean experts were involved in this comprehensive process that led to this decision. As the foreign minister stated yesterday, 3 requests were made of the Belize government. That deliberate process led to the government determining that we would not consider 2 of the other cases. All of this was disclosed yesterday by the foreign minister. And in the case of Can, we agreed to accept him. And why did we do so? The government of Belize considers Can's resettlement to be a humanitarian act. Though Can may have contributed to acts of terrorism, he was brutally abused and tortured. He has repudiated radicalism, cooperated with US authorities in the fight against terrorism, and has served his time. In 2021, 7 of the 8 senior military officers who served as his jury wrote to the convening military authority and referred to the physical and psychological abuse Can suffered as a stain on the moral fiber of America. The treatment should be a source of shame for the US government. The government of Belize also views Can's resettlement as another step towards the permanent closure of the Guantanamo Bay detention camp in Cuba. Belize, post 9/11, has taken positions opposing the kidnapping, arbitrary detention, and torture of persons outside proper judicial safeguards. and supporting this single resettlement is consistent with that principled stance. The decision to accept CAN once again elevates Belize's profile on the international scene. It confirms our position as a partner interested in contributing to solving the critical causes of justice and peace around the world. We also see CAN's resettlement within the broader context of continuing to build and strengthen the vital relationship Belize shares with the United States, including our bilateral political, security, trade, and financial system relations, as well as with the Belizean diaspora. The Foreign Minister disclosed yesterday, Madam Speaker, that the US government will bear all costs involved with the transition of Mr. CAN into Belize, the resettlement of Mr. CAN into Belize. He is expected to be joined by his wife and daughter, a daughter he has never met since his wife was pregnant at the time he was taken into custody. To allay some of these really ridiculous fears, the Foreign Minister as well as the US authorities went to great lengths yesterday to make it very clear that Mr. CAN is subject to the laws of Belize, to bilateral and multilateral treaties that Belize is a part of. And if Mr. CAN would ever become involved in terrorism or any criminal activities, appropriate measures are in place and would be taken by the authorities to address any risks that are detected. Mr. Childish attitude. Security risks. The government of Belize has determined that CAN does not pose a security risk to Belizeans. In making this determination, of course, we relied heavily on assessments prepared by the US officials who interviewed him over the years and are satisfied that he is fully remorseful for what he did, simply wants to move on with his life. As the Foreign Minister said again yesterday, a team of our people, headed by him, engaged, met, interviewed Mr. CAN. That included our National Security Advisor, representatives of the Belize Police Department, medical doctor, Dr. Fernando Cuellar. They all went, interviewed Mr. CAN at Guantanamo Bay and came to the same determination. The fact is that, you asked why the US, why didn't he go back to Pakistan? Mr. CAN was born in I believe in Saudi Arabia. His family then moved to Pakistan, but then he went, I think it was at the age of 6 or 9 maybe. His family moved to Baltimore, Maryland. So he grew up in the United States of America. He grew up, went to school there, and then in his very early 20s was when he was radicalized, I think around 22 or so, became involved in these activities. So because of his cooperation, as the Foreign Minister explained yesterday, because of his cooperation with the US government in fighting terrorism, it is not in their determination safe for him to return to those countries, to Pakistan, to any of those countries, Saudi Arabia or whatever. And in the case of the United States, it's there by law. They cannot take him back. Now, I want to make the point that, there are many countries that have taken in detainees. I can list some of them for you: Albania, Belgium, Bermuda, Bulgaria, Cape Verde, El Salvador, Estonia, France, Georgia, Germany, Ghana, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Montenegro, Oman, Palau, Portugal, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Slovakia, Spain, Switzerland, United Arab Emirates, Uruguay. All of these countries have taken in detainees from Guantanamo Bay. The question was asked yesterday, what is the experience, what has been the experience of these detainees in those countries? And as the foreign minister again said, yes, we got a lot of information from the US government, but we did our own research as well. Our security advisors and security experts did their own investigation and research, and there have been no major incidents of these people returning to terrorism or causing problems in these countries. No major incidents. It's not to say there have not been some challenges, but no major incidents. So, Madam Speaker, I could, go on and on, but the bottom line is, as I have outlined, I want to stick to what the foreign minister has said and what was disclosed yesterday in the briefing. The bottom line is that the government of Belize, our experts, our security experts, are absolutely satisfied. We want to make this very clear to the Belizean people. We are absolutely satisfied that Mr. Khan poses no threat to the national security of Belize, no threat to the Belizean people. We would not have agreed to allow him to enter Belize, to resettle in Belize, if we felt there was evidence to support a contrary view. That is not the case. And that is fully supported by all of the expert analysis and advice we have received from the United States government, who we view as good faith partners in the development of our country. So we trust their good faith in this matter. And so I certainly want to make it very clear to the Belizean people that they should not fall prey to this. There's a lot of mischief and political games being played. That's what you want to see. That's how a lot of people view it. Your leader has taken one position, you all want to take another position. So the bottom line and what is important and what is the responsible position to take is that based on the expert advice, you could go up on social media and try to be experts if you all want to be. The experts, the US-based experts, our local national security experts, are you saying you don't have any confidence in our experts? Here they are saying that this individual is not a threat to the national security of Belize, not a threat to the Belizean people. Let us accept in good faith that expert advice from our people, and let us be what we have always been as Belizeans, welcoming people for immigrants who are coming here, resettling here from all over the world. We don't know a lot about them. In this case, we know a lot about Mr. Khan. So let us be the Belizean people, what we are best known for, welcoming and giving Mr. Khan an opportunity to prove that he wants to be a good, productive member of the Belizean society. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know we've had a very long day, so I promise to be brief. The matter of national concern that I wish to raise at today's House meeting is a need for greater resources and support for the management of our public financial system. Madam Speaker, members of this National Assembly, and members of the general public will know that the Joint Public Accounts Committee held its first public hearing earlier last week. I wish to acknowledge the relentless support and urging of the member from Kaya South, who has been at it for a while. But no sooner, Madam Speaker, that we had this first public hearing, which I had an opportunity to chair. The Prime Minister was on Love FM, beating his chest in victory that this new gold standard for greater transparency and accountability in our public management of our financial system was well on its way. The first public hearing, Madam Speaker, was indeed a historic event. So I don't want to underscore the importance that we finally were able to call and to question the new acting Auditor General, the Financial Secretary, and the newly appointed Accountant General to answer questions and concerns of the Joint Public Accounts Committee. But in all our deliberations, and we had met with these individuals prior, Madam Speaker, but not publicly, but in all our deliberations, there has been quite a bit of concern expressed about the resources made available to these three key functioning mechanisms, if you will, to have a greater oversight on how our public financing is being used. The last audited financial report, which was tabled in the last parliamentary session, was 2014-2015. And so we are now 8 years out, just about, in terms of having current financial reports to review. I want to make the point to the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and I'm sure the member from Kayo South will agree, that the effectiveness of the Joint Public Accounts Committee will only be as good or as solid as there are financial reports for us to review, current reports. We all know what happens after several years without these accounts being examined by this Oversight House Committee. And these are some of the issues highlighted in that public forum. Files go missing, electronic data is deleted, persons who are to be held accountable no longer work in a relevant ministry or no longer with the public service. And so it is very difficult to hold those who may have mismanaged or misappropriated or misused funding to be held to account. Madam Speaker, the Accountant General's office in particular requires some greater support. I can say I was very impressed with the new Accountant General. She was fair, she was clear, she pointed no fingers in blame, but she underscored the importance of having personnel who were technically trained, personnel who understood the management system for the government, the smart stream, enough resources, human and otherwise, so that the financial statements at the end of the year could meet the guidelines of the Financial and Audit Act in terms of when those statements are to be presented for review by this National Assembly. The Auditor General also made a case for more human resources that her office requires in terms of doing the kind of comprehensive review of the accounts, 8,000 or so government accounts, and to be able to look more closely at the 26 or so commercial bank accounts that the government hold that hasn't been reconciled since 2012. And so my plea and my call to the government of Belize, as we wrap up the budget preparation exercise that I understand is now going, that we look critically of the needs of the Accountant General's office, the needs of the Financial Secretary, responsibilities, overall responsibility for the management of our public finances. And we look particularly at the kind of support that is required by the Accountant General so that we can have up-to-date reports that has been lacking since fiscal period 2014-2015. I make this plea particularly since in the Plan Belize manifesto, this administration made a commitment that they will set the gold standard for transparency and accountability in our the use of our public funds and the collection of our revenues, so that at the end of any particular financial year, we would have a clear picture and true accounts as to what the formal fiscal position of the government of Belize actually is. Currently, Madam Speaker, there is a disclaimer in those 3 financial reports that are before us that says that the Auditor General makes it very clear that she cannot verify the veracity or the reliability of the financial information that is sent for greater scrutiny and review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Good evening, Madam Speaker. It's getting a bit late. I would like to congratulate the member from Albert as the new chair of the Joint Public Accounts Committee. I don't envy her. She has a hard task ahead. But I'd like to put some historical facts in place, just for us to be reminded. The struggle started from 2012 when I was elected as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, to bring all these issues to the table. A part of the reason why I was ejected illegally out of the House was partially because of that. We wanted two things. We wanted to depoliticize the Public Accounts Committee because we thought that at the time government members were purposely not allowing the committee to function. We wanted also to have the public hearings be held, to have the hearings be held in public. That was, for all that tenure I was in opposition, vehemently opposed by the Prime Minister, Dean Barrow. And vehemently is putting it lightly. General elections came about. The Honorable John Briceño became the Prime Minister of Belize. The PUP formed the government. One of the first legislative recommendation and changes that we proposed to the Prime Minister was to have the Public Accounts Committee be depoliticized and therefore inviting the social partners as part of it. We also proposed to the Prime Minister that all hearings be held public. I must commend the Prime Minister, he didn't hesitate. It came to the House, Madam Speaker, you're aware, and it was passed. So that's why now it's not called the Public Accounts Committee, it's called the Joint Public Accounts Committee. We are now joined by 3 social partners as part of the committee. The chair presently is the honorable member from Albert. She is right in what the Auditor General said in the hearing that we had publicly. I believe, remember it was last week or a week before? Last week. So she is right that the Auditor General said that the opinion that she gave was that she couldn't certify, that data was not available, that government's financial situation was in chaos. But she was referring to the year 2012-13. That was the year that we were analyzing yesterday. It wasn't 2021, 2022. It was the year 2012 to 13. And why was that year being analyzed by this present committee? It is because at the time when I was chairman, I made a report in 2018, and it was called a minority report. And the member can correct me if I'm wrong. That minority report was shoved under the rug, if you want to put it, and was never brought to light. It was never accepted. It was never brought forward. It was never analyzed until this new Joint Public Accounts Committee started to function under your leadership. That same minority report was brought up and presented, and it was analyzed, and it was, in my opinion, it was requested, it was analyzed, and in my opinion, was accepted. The same report I wrote in 2018. Well, I hope you accept it because it's all true. So 2 years since we have been in government and the chair has been the chair, we have analyzed a report from 2012. 2 years since we got elected and the Public Accounts Committee has been functioning, we had our first hearing publicly 2 years after the fact. I am speaking factual statements. I am speaking factual. I'm not quarreling with you, member. I'm just stating a fact.
Member for Albert. Thank you.
I'm learning, Madam Speaker. You say patience is something I don't have naturally, but I am learning.
I appreciate it.
I'm not arguing with the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. Yeah, but I have to explain. At the hearing that we had, the Auditor General did say everything that the member said. Agreed. But what the member did not mention was that the new Accountant General, Ms. Teresita Miranda, explained to the chair and us as the committee, and the clerk, I believe, were you there, clerk? The clerk was present. This is the same clerk that was in the UDP time, that is the same clerk that is with us today. So I just want to make that clear too. So he knows the facts just as well as I do. Yes. I remember once in a PAC meeting, I told the clerk I need a recording. Remember that, clerk? And then the clerk gave me a recording and he goes, shh, 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 shh. I tell him, clerk, where can I recording this? He said, no resources. The electronic system never work. Precisely when you were speaking. Clerk, you remember that? But it's a fact. No, my belly, so I could tell him that's true. You see, the truth is a powerful tool, Madam Speaker. The truth is a powerful tool. Anyway, you carry me back, clerk. I remember that I still got a recording. What a day when I was in opposition. What a time. Anyway, the new Accountant General explained to us that since she has been the Accountant General, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, that she has been the Accountant General from last year, July, more or less, July, August, that she was appointed. And she told us that everything that we had put into the report that was pending, that needed to be done, she has nearly completed it, right? Am I wrong? She said that she would bring all the past reports that were pending up to date, and she promised us that by July or August of this year, she would have everything ready for us to analyze. That, to me, was impressive. I agree with you, Chair Lady. The Accountant General presented herself extremely professional. She responded with every question that we asked. She had information as to what we wanted. She acknowledged that there are resource problems. She acknowledged that she needs more help, but she did not complain to the point that nothing was being done. Why? Because this government does not interfere in the work that she does. And therefore, she has more access now under this government than the Accountant General in the past has ever had. That is a good thing. Why is the public hearing extremely important for good governance? And I was explaining to the chair lady, you cannot automatically expect for a broken system to be fixed overnight. It is not only the politicians that have to mend the problems. The reason for having the hearings public is that it allows ventilation of the issues, just like how we are ventilating the issues here. It allows the media, it allows the NGOs, it allows the people of Belize to formalize in their minds what is happening. That, Madam Speaker, in a democracy is one of the most important structures and foundations that you can put, because then the media and the NGOs and the social partners that are a part of that committee can start raising awareness. I agree with the Honorable Chair Lady and member from Albert. The Accountant General deserves, and I mean her office, not the person, deserves more resources. We agree. The Auditor General's office deserves and needs more resources. We agree. The Public Accounts Committee needs more resources. We also agree on that. Why is it important for these institutions to have more resources? Well, in the case of the Auditor General's office, they need to be able to analyze contracts, for example. And therefore, they need legal minds within that organization to be able to analyze how contracts are formed and how contracts are executed. They need consultants, because at times they would go to the Ministry of Education, or at times they would go to the Ministry of Health. And it's not only an accounting exercise, it is also a professional exercise. You have to understand how a system works to be able to audit it. The Public Accounts Committee, if it should work the way it is designed to be, Madam Speaker, and you, I believe, are more knowledgeable than us presently because you have spent a lot of time. I have seen you, well, I see you on social media at the meetings where you have participated in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meetings where accountability and oversight is one of the important topics that's discussed. So you are aware too why the Public Accounts Committee needs more resources. It is very difficult for the chair lady to be able to analyze things without having a staff. I know it's difficult because I had it for a long time, and it's extremely, if she's going to do her job the way she needs to, it's a full-time job. No, one night read on paper and the next morning you debate on it. It is a full-time job to be able to do it properly. We are a developing nation, 40 years in existence approximately, and these issues we have to address. I have no qualms in saying that it is important. The Prime Minister can attest to this. Apart from lobbying for housing and infrastructure projects, I also lobby for these resources for the Accountant General, the Auditor General, and the Public Accounts Committee. It's just that at times, even I am surprised when I get the budget paper presented to me the night before, and certain things that we would hope to be in there are not. And I am explained by the Ministry of Finance that we have, it's not only what every minister is doing, you have a country to run. You have things that need to be done. The doctor said that we needed more resources with the police. And therefore, that's a priority. We need more resources for education. That's a priority. We need more resources to run the lands ministry. That's a priority. We need more resources for the environment. That's a priority. Local government and Minister from Fort George that runs the public service. You don't need more resources? Now you talk about the Minister of Health, and I could go down the line. We, at the retreat, I don't know why you use the word retreat, but that's not a retreat. That's not a work. That was a meeting. Hours and hours discussing how we would prioritize a budget. And everybody puts in their 2 cents. And everybody believes that what they represent and what they need to manage is a priority. Am I not right, gentlemen and ladies? And so, Madam Chair, I am giving you my word, and my word is as good as gold, that I will cooperate with you. We might not always agree. When I agree with you, I will question myself many times. But I will support you, because you're not fighting for yourself. You're not fighting for your party. Hopefully, we together, with the others in the committee, we will be fighting for a better Belize. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House to now adjourn unless there's somebody from the side want to talk.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I haven't adjourned yet, members. The House now stands adjourned.
Really?